think that's sorted. Do. Hello. Can everybody hear me? Blink once for yes, twice for that. For no. Hey, Mercury, how we doing? Fabulous. How are we all doing today? We live. We're here finally. After many days of hiding in my room, we are here. So, Anne, I feel bad for you throwing off your sister to watch this. Oh, you can hear me okay? Fabulous. Fabulous. I'm going to be eating some jelly as well as we're here. It's my snack for this evening. Can hardly hear me. Anyone else struggling to hear me? Is it because the music is loud? Or am I just a bit quiet? I've not changed anything since the last one. Let me know if anyone else is struggling to hear me. A little quiet. Ricky says volume's fine. Get a bit more human urge to use teeth. It's because I got no fingers. Eat fruits and vegetables, you maniac. Music's a bit loud. But what we can do is I can just reduce the music noise just a little bit. The idea is that it is background. I've deducted 5 decibels, let me know. And yeah, I bite my nails. Is that any better? But yes, hello everyone. Medwed's Creepy Trash. Hello, David, welcome, Zeno. Amity, Giles. I can turn the music down a little bit more as well. But what I'll do, actually, I'll do it on the YouTube side, because it is max, and it was probably about halfway last time. We won't start until everything's perfect. And David, jelly is actually an amazing snack for you, because it's sweet, but it doesn't have loads of calories, so you just rip it.
New argan oil elixir.
And nom.
Pure argan oil for pure nourishment.
Capri Sun. Oh shit. I just closed the music entirely. Fuck's sake. Is he nomming on Capri Sun? Not Capri Suns. God, now you've got me thinking about Capri Suns. Don't worry, gang. I'm a professional. Right. Repeat and shuffle once more. Much better. Doing a tier list, just looking at chaps. Giles, so embrace the diabetes. So Giles, not planning on doing a tier list per se today. Just going to be going through everything because every time that the site's been up, I've been sleeping. And when I've been awake, it's been broken. So This is my first time seeing a lot of these. We're just going to go into depth. Here's Odd One. Take it easy, mate. I also have a busy day tomorrow. I have a stag do to go to. Is that normal jelly cubes? You can make more. It is normal jelly cubes. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, take it easy, Odd One. See you soon, no doubt. And hey, after today, Odd One, I can join in on your live streams again because there won't be any spoilers. So you know, there is that. In my world, the site is a myth. Gods, myths, and legends. So, what do we want to do, gang? There's a couple of ways we can do this. We can go through everything, because I am aware there have been some changes, as well as we've got, like, awakenings to look at that we've not seen before. Or should we just go through the new ones first? I'm thinking about just going through them all, because not everything has changed, so it won't be that long. But if you guys don't think so, we'll just look at the new stuff. So, it might take, say, 8 hours, but it's not going to take me 8 hours. I'm not going to go through the commons and uncommons, and also probably not going to go into as much depth as he is. So yeah, just because his is 8 hours doesn't mean mine will be. Ricky says only legendaries. I will be taking a look at epics and rares as well. Do you know what? Fuck it. I'm down for all. I woke up the extension. We'll go through it all. We're just going to go alphabetical. Okay. Anubis then. To be fair, we did see Anubis. Actually, I think Simon showed us that, so maybe I don't really need to look at this at all. I've only really liked the summoning on it, if only to scope the variety of champs. Yeah, true. Obviously, I suppose without saying everything, it's subject to change, as we have seen, and Ricky sort of alluded to. I will say comments that I'm going to have more depth than thought. Yeah, so everything is subject to change. This is not gospel. This might change, but at least we can see it now. That's the main thing. All right. So Anubis, I don't think anything changed. Looking at it, if enemies defeated, yeah, this hasn't changed. Hey Kevin. I really liked Anubis. I don't think he needed changing personally. He'll be good in some content. Corrupt Initiative down is just like better than Pazuzu, for example. And Despair. Yeah, fine. Nothing new there. Is that just a back arrow? Yes. Horus. There's some cool story bits here. The Avenger and son of Ra and Isis has become Aru's war leader since the Shattering. These people and fellow gods against the American armies in the War of the Pyramids. I mean, this isn't what you guys came for. That's really cool. Didn't think about that. So what we got here, again, some the alpha heroes, I do have access to what they were previously, because after the alpha, I made the pages on the HH Gaming website. I wrote bios for a lot of them and things like that, but they never went live. So I can see what has and hasn't changed, if at all. And I don't think he's changed at all, to be honest. Let me have a quick peek. Where is my Horus page? There it is. %50 chance to place taunt and heals himself. Yeah, that didn't change. Counter attacks with that bit. Yeah, okay, that hasn't changed. Core skill, 75% chance. Be down blunt. Yeah, okay, that's fine. There's ultimate. With the shield and all allies. It can't be around. Okay, that's changed. So he used to say Awakening 3 also places taunt on all slayers, brawlers, and disruptors for 1 turn at the start of every wave. And that used to be his Awakening 3. Now we've got the start of the wave, place it on all enemies. Oh wow, okay. So he got better. His lockdown just got better. You're the second person to say that, Thingy, but others said it was fine. Maybe it's because I'm looking away. Possibly. But yeah, okay, so Horus already got Viviane, but now it seems she only has. I know Flatterick, she always had speed only. Yeah, Horus just got better with his Awakening 1. It used to be Awakening 3, now it's Awakening 1, and it's everyone. Okay. It's Awakening 3 we can't see. Okay. Horus still good. Isis. Now, Isis, we know got changed. Because, a basic, you had to build Akon. Okay. See. Big change. Don't know if anyone else has mentioned this, let me know. Her awakenings have changed. See, this mend used to be Awakening 1. Awakening 3, she used to extend buff duration. She doesn't do that anymore. So that is... It's hard to call it a nerf because no one's got access to the game, but it is kind of a nerf. However, what I am pleased to see is that we don't need to build accuracy on her. Oh yeah, and she has changed back as well. You're right, Rabbit. The wording's changed. But again, we don't know if this is correct, but rather than spreading a stolen buff, it's just spread 1. Okay, so she's got some of the power back that she lost. Losing the buff increased duration hurts, but I would move her back up a little bit. And also getting the mends at Awakening 3 rather than Awakening 1 kind of hurts. Hey Andrew, respect to you, man. I used to be a postal worker too. Okay. I don't think anything else has changed. Some text also have different text with other icons. Yeah. So, but assuming she's gone back to what she was, I don't hate that. The only nerf is losing the buff extension. Okay, no, Isis is fine again, I think. Rah. Yeah. He's finding Pokemon on the route. You know he is. Pokemon Go is like the thing to do. So bring up the rub. What did it used to say? This attack, single enemy, 75% chance to extend the duration of a burn. Yeah, that's not changed. Critical. Yeah, okay. At Awakening 1, he extends the blaze by 2 turns instead. It used to be. Now the Awakening one increases the crit damage by 3%. That used to be the Awakening 5. Okay, so you're getting more damage at Awakening 1. Don't hate that. And I don't think that's the core's not changed at all either. Okay. The 5 we know changed. So like on the page that I can see that no one else can from the HH site, used to remove all blazes, and so that's completely changed. Enemies defeated increase the duration of blaze on all enemies by 1 turn. Ah. Awakening 5, activate blaze on any attack. Those feel like they're a lot better than what the alpha was. They generally do feel better. What does everyone else think? Better Ra? I think Ra's better. Could be a hot take mine, but I do think Ra has improved there. Yeah, don't mind that. Okay. Yeah, he's fine. Moving on, Sphinx. Basic is a bit weak. Yeah, maybe. Maybe basic is a little bit weak, but Sphinx was very strong before. Sphinx was very strong before. Not all of these will take this long as well, because there was only, what, 50 alpha champions? I guess it just so happens. So basic used to place attack down and blunt. She's lost the blunt. Okay. Still attacks all enemies. I mean, it's still good. And to be fair, blunt, it's weird. When they made the sharpen changes, blunt got worse, but sharpen got better. So yeah, I guess it's not the end of the world. She was doing an awful lot. The core, she placed res up on herself for 2 turns, and then placed vanish on all allies except herself, which that hasn't changed. Heal all allies. And places accuracy down. It's okay, so that hasn't changed. And then Awakening 1, she placed Immortal. Okay, and that hasn't changed. Okay, yeah, so she's still strong there. The ultimate attacks all enemies, increase the divinity cost of each enemy by 5, also destroy. So attacks all enemies, destroy 5% HP and increases the divinity cost. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Stacking up to 10 times, stacking up to 10 times, Awakening 5. The ability also reduced the divinity cost of all allies, but ultimates by 5%, stacking up to 10 times. Yeah. And then... okay, so that hasn't changed. Awakening 3, whenever... that's it, any... words. Now I under Vanish. You have 50% chance to reflect the debuff. That hasn't changed. Awakening 3, allies under Vanish gained 50% res. Okay, gain 50% res, doubling down on her resistance. So that's changed. They don't get 50% of her resistance. You just get stacking resistance. And it stacks across waves. That feels better? Or is it? I don't know. Because if you could have built her... I don't know what maximum we got to, but obviously if you build her anything with more than 400 resistance, this is flat out worse anyway. And it has to take time to stack up, whereas prior, it didn't. Maybe that's a small nerf. But I think Sphinx is still a wonderful unit. Don't hate that. Bastet. Didn't really play with Bastet much. She never really excited me, truth be told. Did I do a page for her? I think I did. I did do a page for her. He attacks 3 times. Each hit has a chance to activate Blaze. Yeah, okay. And it awakening 1. If the target is under Blaze, the damage inflicted increased by 25%. Okay, so that's moved from 1 to 3. Ball is an AoE attack. Place vulnerable. For us on the team, damage increase. It used to say. Okay, that hasn't changed. But the Awakening 3 has. So Awakening 3, it placed defense down. So has that been moved to Awakening 1 now? It says no. Interesting. So she's only getting 2 ability improvements. I swear that, I mean, it obviously used to be 3 because I've got it written down here. Does that mean all epics have only got 2 ability improvements now? I don't mind if you guys want to spoil that for me, but I could have sworn there was 3 on every unit. Okay. And then her ultimate attacks all enemies with 50% chance to place Blaze. Yeah, but that is if rolls on the team, place Blaze 1 on all allies. Okay, yeah, that hasn't changed either. Awakening 5 also increases Ra's divinity. That hasn't changed. It's not consistent. It says reduce divinity cost. Is it reducing the maximum divinity needed? Like, for example, and Mr. Giles, you are correct. It would reduce it from 1500 down to 1300. Zeno says it's not consistent. Okay, so we've got to take this with a pinch of salt, is what Zeno's saying. I mean, we'll look at some of the others, but she's lost essentially a skill awakening bonus. Right. Cleopatra, now she is new. Didn't have anything on her, so what? Invoke her eternal. Okay. When a imprint bonus, when a buff on an ally expires or is removed, restore 2.5. Destroyed max HP. Okay. Metzley vibes is kind of what I'm getting. Hero summary: boosts ally speed and sustains the vitality of your team. I mean, that's kind of cool. It's very basic though. Or some are missing. That's also a real up. Okay. Boosts ally speed and sustains the vitality of your team. Full hero information. Oh, okay, literally just lol. I guess they're expecting to expand this in the future because it literally just drops us down there. I didn't notice that before though. That's kind of cool. Gives you a bit of an idea what they're trying to do. And do you know what I've also been completely ignoring? Stats. It's definitely something I shouldn't be ignoring in the future. 110 speed? Feels quite high. Okay, so what have we got? Royal Mandate. Attack 1 enemy 2 times. Dash based on speed. Okay, senior. Each hit increases the turn meters of all allies by 3%. I mean, it's good, but 3 feels kind of low. Then I guess because, I mean, you want her to building speed on her, so on it's 2 times. Okay, so it's actually 6%. We'll get more turns though. Okay, feels okay. Soothing Sands, heal all allies based on speed and restore 10% destroyed max HP. Okay. Heal based on speed. She is gonna be going. Really. And the ultimate revive 1 ally with HP and turn meter, then attack all enemies. Also places res up on all allies. The resistance cannot be removed. And it feels okay, and then the Nars Blessing. When a buff on a restore 5%. Okay. I am very much getting Metzley vibes. And whatever content Metzley is made for, she's also going to do well in with the destroyed max HP stuff. Just on speed's interesting. We're going to obviously be able to do the zoomies. Not really an Excalibur user. I think of a weapon that fan axe, I think, and Grail, I think, have healing mechanics on them. Maybe equip that on her. Okay, and then obviously we saw that, and then she gained when inflicting damage to an enemy. With speed not being king. I mean, speed will still be king to begin with. I don't really care what anyone says with these games. Speed is always king to start off with. As the game progresses, then things will open up a bit more. But certainly the first few weeks, I expect it very much to be whoever's fastest is going to win arena. Okay. Does it feel void eternal? Stuck on raid? Don't know. I don't hate it. Feels okay. Interesting cat. Oh, the aura. HP in all dungeons. Okay. Feels fine. Looks cool. Feels fine. Hound of Duat. Now, he used to be cunning. And now he's eternal. Aren't we all? Yeah, true. He used to be cunning, now he's eternal. I'm going to bring up his page that I had previously on him. Right. Yeah, he was cunning. Now he's eternal. Guardians. Okay, stats it right down. Don't forget to look at the ascension bonus when factoring in speed. Oh, interesting, Wish. Okay, thanks for that. Did Cleopatra? Oh, before. Did she also have a? Okay, she gets +7 speed there. 117 speed. That does feel very fast. Yeah. And she's boosting everyone else. Like, she'll be okay. I'm not blown away by it, but she feels okay. No reason for Metzley with Cleopatra. Yeah, true. Very true. Anyway, Hound of Duat. So, raise its accuracy up for 1 turn, then attack one enemy with a 50% chance to place speed down on the target. Previously, he attacked one enemy 2 times. Each hit had a 25% chance to steal divinity. So that's just a complete change right there. He's had a complete rework. If Jackal or Anubis are on the team, they have 50% chance to join the attack. So that's gone now as well. Okay. That feels kind of sucky, losing joint attack considering how strong it is. I can see why you wouldn't want that on a basic, because no one else apart from Shamash has joint attack on basic, I don't think. Speed down's okay. Yeah, but that's definitely a big change. Attack one enemy, place a shield on all allies, 20% damage inflicted. Full dog team these two. Yeah. Jack or Anubis are on the team, 25% chance to refresh the cooldown of this ability when either of them are attacked. Okay, yeah, that hasn't changed. Yeah, he's lost 2 awakenings as well. He used to have an awakening 5 when an ally is defeated by an enemy. Activate this ability and attack that enemy. The afterlife. So that could be his awakening 3. Then we're just not seeing it. So that might still be there. Okay, and then his ultimate. Place retaliate on the self, and then places protect 2 on all other allies for 1 turn. Place intercept on them. Also place Phoenix on this hero. That hasn't changed, so that is exactly the same. That used to be Awakening 3. And what was... Okay. Potentially these 2 Awakenings have swapped round. And I attack builds a fun with the addition of Zeus's weapon. Yeah. Yeah, those 2 have just swapped around Awakenings. I'm missing one. And that hasn't changed either. Yeah, okay. Losing the joint attack sucks, but it didn't work in Alpha, and now I'm wondering did they remove it because it didn't work. It was impossible to code. +6 speed down here, 102. Yeah, right. I still think he'll be a good option early on. But he's definitely not as good as he was. Imhotep. Imhotep was a solid healer before. Really liked Imhotep previously. Imhotep. Attack one enemy, then increase the divinity of this hero by 5%. That feels like it's changed as well. Yeah, so it used to say attacks one enemy, place reflect on himself. Awakening one, he'd also place reflect on a random ally. That has gone completely. And he's increasing his divinity. Okay. His core heals all allies by 25% of their max HP. Place stalwart each one for 1 turn. For one turns. It used to be for 2 turns. The Awakening 3 also placed Sharpen. Now let's block debuffs. I mean, to be fair, block debuff is definitely more supporty, whereas Sharpen is more attack focused, strong hit focused now. So I think part of that will, and I guess this is to do with, has something to do with the Quetz changes as well. Sharpen is very much like an offensive, so maybe we're seeing it less on invokers in general, because it used to be on Imhotep's core here as well, which is interesting. Alright, then his ultimate places Radiance 2 on all allies for 1 turn, then reduce each target's divinity cost by 3%, stacking 3 times. So that hasn't changed, but Awakening 5 it became 6% instead. Yeah, so that hasn't changed as well. And his passive always placed the ward, I do remember that. So we've lost Sharpen, we've replaced it with block debuffs. That feels more supporter-ish, to be fair. 1 turn feels kind of lame though. Freya hasn't an invoker. True. Crap dilemma, Viviane or Heimdall. Zeno, I'd go Heimdall. Yeah, Freya obviously still has it. But that actually comes into my thinking, Ricky. So, spoiler alert, if I'm not mistaken, Freya has attack up and sharpen. Quetz had attack up, sharpen, and accuracy up. I know that Freya gets the damage built in, but I think part of the changes they didn't want to make Freya feel not unvaluable, but I think that is part of the reason they changed. And I'll say it now as well, I think the other reason they removed got rid of the 3 buffs on Quetz ult is because from a business perspective, how do you improve on that in the future? If you've got someone who's already placing 3 very strong buffs, when you release a new hero, they're going to have 4 strong buffs, 5 strong buffs. The power creep is happening already. Now, I'm not saying I agree with it, but I think that's why it was reduced from 3 buffs down to 2. However, I think losing the Sharpen was a mistake. If it was Sharpen and accuracy up, I think that would be perfect. I could live with losing the attack up. The initiative up feels kind of strange because initiative and speed up they kind of counteract each other. It's very weird. There you go, Ricky. Here's your answer to my question, sort of thing. I don't like it. I would like to see Sharpen come back and him lose the initiative. Having accuracy up and Sharpen synergizes well with his kit, and I could live with losing the attack up. Yeah, Ricky, essentially you are saying what I'm thinking, and maybe you agree. Losing the attack up would have been fine. I don't think anyone would have grumbled. Losing the Sharpen is what hurts. But yeah, I think power creep plays an involvement into it, and I think because Freya has attack up and Sharpen, you'd have 2 supports doing the same thing, but Quetz was just better. So, guessing Viviane's got Sharpen, but maybe that plays into it as well. If we had all these supports who have, I mean, you can tell me, if we have all these supports that have Sharpen, what's the difference between them all? Yeah. You guys are spoiling it for me. There we go. But it's interesting that it is being removed from some places, put it that way. Maybe they're realigning some of the supports. You're having more of your offensive focused supports and your defensive focused supports, or like movement pushing supports. So Quetz is one of the things that I just couldn't avoid. Rabbit, if he's still present, sent me something to do with Freya as well, so I've seen bits. It was difficult to avoid it all. It's okay, mate, it's fine. Losing the Reflect, I think, hurts, but increasing his divinity by 5, you can get this quicker. I still think I'd prefer the Reflect. There we go. Placing a buff on an ally, so he hasn't. So he's also lost some divinity gain by losing the Reflect on his basic generator down there. He's still also only got 2 awakenings here. I reckon just because we've seen it now on all of them, epics have lost an awakening. Like, that must be the case. Epics must have lost awakenings. Legendaries probably still have 3 because we saw them earlier. Epics 2. So I'm guessing rares are now down to 1 as well. It's a shame. I suppose you've got to make... Yeah, I suppose you've got to give people a reason to use the epics and legendaries, I suppose. As a player, it feels kind of sucky as business. I get the decision. Osiris. I hated him. He was garbage. We're probably not going to spend too long on it. But I thought he was garbage anyway. He didn't hit hard enough, and his kit didn't bring enough standalone. For me, attacks one enemy, 50% chance, place drain on target for 2 turns, then heal this hero for damage inflicted. Single enemy, 50% chance, place drain for 2 turns, heals 2. Okay, that hasn't changed. And Awaken 1 also had a permanent HP boost of 4%, staying up to 5 times. Okay, so let's move from 1 to 5. Yeah, that's kind of strong. So yeah, attacks 50% chance for apply curse. Yeah, that hasn't changed. And heal this hero for 20%. Okay, that hasn't changed. And Awakening 3, he gained Phoenix. That hasn't changed either. So essentially, I'm still underwhelmed with it, I think. Target's order, place barrier on this target, otherwise destroy their max HP. Yeah, that hasn't changed. Awakening 5, it used to say if this ability kills a target, he heals to full HP. So he's lost that. I mean, I say it's hurt, but he was never killing anyone anyway. Still one of the strongest imprints, though, for an epic in my mind. I do really like that. But yeah, underwhelming still. Set. Oh, I hope they've changed him. He had initiative and accuracy down or something before. Again, he was not fantastic. At least in my mind. He was not fantastic. Right, let's see. Yeah, so his basic had a 50% chance to place initiative down at Awakening 3. It would place it for 2 turns instead if they were aligned with the order. Okay, so that hasn't changed. He's just lost the Awakening 1. Yeah, we've lost an Awakening on everyone. Okay. 4. 50% chance to steal a random buff. Decrease the cooldown of this ability by 1 turn if a buff is not stolen. That has not changed. Awakening 1, it was 2 buffs. Yeah, okay. In his ultimate, attacks all enemies, chance to face despair, and accuracy down. Yeah, that has not changed. And Awakening 5 will increase the cooldown of the core ability on a random enemy by 1 turn. Yeah, that's not changed. He's still just, yeah. Not good. And because he's lost another Awakening, he's got worse. Ankhesenamun! Back to work. I'll be back to going through the vid. Thanks, man. See you later, meds, weds, creepy trash. Yeah, we'll be going for a while, I'm sure. Ankhesenamun. Okay, what's she doing now? Queen say attack on enemy, place in this shop. I think that is exactly the same. Yep. Awakening 3 placed it on all allies aligned with orders, so she's lost that. Her core removes 1 random buff or disable from... Okay, so that's changed. She's no longer removing disable, can place block debuffs on all allies 1 turns. Okay. Lost the disable removal, gains block debuffs. Yeah, don't hate it. It obviously focus her on something specific. Also, Awakening 5. Also heals everyone. That's nice. If at least... Interesting. Meds is way easier. Yeah, we'll stick with meds. Monk, I think it's okay. I do like this Awakening 5. I know it's Awakening 5, but she's rare, so it shouldn't be too hard to get. Having a nice healer, because we get Isolde placing mens initially. Having an actual healer, I think is cool. I do like that. Do like that. And then her ultimate places a shield on our eyes and extends the duration of one random buff on them. Yeah, okay, so that's not changed. And then Awakening 1. It used to say 2 random buffs instead. Oh, wait. So we've lost 2 Awakenings on rares. Okay. Her passive is Phoenix on ally for 2 turns when they've... Interesting. Her passive placed Reflect on ally for 2 turns, and now placing Phoenix. That feels very strong. Does it trigger if you get 1 shot, though? I guess that's the big question. Hey, Michael, I've just seen you've become a supporter again. Thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate that. Thank you. After the whole lava that I did the other day. Appreciate that, mate. Thank you. This is really good. Phoenix, I like. I don't like that we've lost 2 awakening bonuses, it seems. Yeah, Epics lost 1, Rares have lost 2. Feels kind of sucky. But Unk with the Phoenix, that is a really nice imprint. Really nice passive too. She's a good little healer. Even with the Awakening's gun, I do think her kit's improved. I do like that. 98 speed, 83, 101 base speed. Yeah, I like Unk. Unk's cool. Babi, he's a new one. Strength Disruptor. Enemies under banner. That's chain. I'm pretty sure in the mini game that was counter attack. Hold on, I'm gonna go. I've got all of the old imprints, not imprints. Hero information saved on my thingy. Godforge quest stuff. Hero imprints. Rare. Babi. Yeah. So it used to say 25% chance to counterattack using the basic ability when attacked. Will always counterattack when receiving a taunt. Now he's moved to banish focus. I mean, I said, does it feel more disruptory? No. Well, let's see. I'm still not getting to watch in peace. A small cat keeps demanding I tab over to Cat TV. Put Cat TV on the big television. The Baboon God represents the most violent, rapacious, and lustful aspects of that beast. Once he dwelt in Duat, consuming the souls at the unworthy afterlife. He didn't come in for store. Attack one enemy 2 times. Oh, I like that. We can't see what books do. I do like that though. That feels quite good. Do you guys agree with me? Do you think? And the reason why I'm saying that, I'm comparing it to Skadi. Skadi had attack 1 times. I think maybe she was 20% chance to place freeze. Despair is basically similar. I like that basic. I think that's quite good. Attack all enemies, chance to place res down in Hex. Okay. Resistance down makes it easier to land the despair. Hex gives you damage spread. Yeah, okay. Then AoE, attack all enemies, place banish for 1 turn. Enemies under banish. Okay. So I get where that passive's coming from. It's tying into his kit a little better. Similar to, I'm getting very much Guan Yu, Lady Shock vibes. They deal damage under drain, bleed. This is obviously the banish version. 30 divinity when placing a debuff. Okay. Yeah, Michael, you're right. That could be 25% with books. I think that's a good little basic. This is a nice little rare. Divinity generator's low. Oh, wait, I didn't see this. Okay, 1500. What's that? Maybe 30? I think maybe that's wishful thinking. 25, I reckon, is probably more likely. But 60 per enemy, so you're getting 250 per core use. So you go up to 550. It's going to take a while to get to your ultimate. That's the only downside. So you're not gaining this very often, the damage bonus. Swap Viv for Heimdall, but it did hurt a little bit. Zeno, I think you've made the right choice. A nice little rare. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the downside, like, it's not reliable control, but rares are never going to be very reliable control. I suppose that's the only thing, right? But when we look at the likes of Skadi, obviously we'll come to her later on. But Haru, yeah, Asgard will be next. We can compare. Yeah, I think a nice little rare. Nefertiti, another new one. This ability is still under review. Please check back later. Okay. Cool. We'll come back later to that. At the start of this hero's turn, steal 5% to the highest turn meter. Okay. Eternal Disruptor. Hand of Vengeance. I have to say, I don't know if you guys agree with me, I really like this. Like these hero portrait summary things at the top here. I think are really nice. They look very smart. Start this hero's turn, steal 5% divinity, steals buffs from the enemies and transfers debuffs back. Okay. 75% chance to steal a random buff. Hold on. That's just a better version of Isis. Oh. Hello, Ashboy. So, Unk is better at stealing buffs on the basic than Isis. Or Nitocris, sorry. Not Ankhesenamun, Nitocris. 75% chance to... Okay, she doesn't spread it, but if you just want to remove buffs, he's 40% more likely to do it than Isis. Okay. I mean, I think that's good for her. I think it's bad for Isis. There we go. Although Isis will ignore resistance, but you still need the 35% chance for it to proc. So you're going to need accuracy on her anyway, but she's a disruptor, so... Or attack one enemy to transfer all debuffs from this hero to the target. Interesting. Again, that gives me Fujian vibes. Okay. And then Drowned Banquet. Transfer one random debuff from all allies to his hero, then attack all enemies. Increases hero's turn meter by 10% for each debuff transfer. Okay, so this is for things to be using the ultimate on her turn. She will have lost the turn meter anyway, so she's going to come back quicker. Awakening 5, also heal. Interesting. I still think it's mad she's better at stealing buffs than Isis is on basic. There we go. Unwilling Usurper, and then she steals Divinity as well, so she can do that again. Nice little kid. So, also, guys, for those of you that are here, the 31 of you, later, I mentioned I'm at a stag do tomorrow, so maybe Sunday, Monday, I'm going to be doing a video of like my top rare, top epic from each faction to look out for, just to help you guys. And Ash, so yeah, keep an eye out for that. And Ash, this is my first time looking at them all. So, but Nefertiti did say still in progress, so I guess a lot is still pending. She seems okay. She probably wouldn't be my top red to look out for. Right now, it's probably Unk. Ramses, he changed. Yeah, he's lost Awakenings too. Okay. Yeah. But I don't think that's changed. Acid. 30% not strong here. Base acid, yeah, attacks all enemies. Yeah, I don't think that's changed. What did he lose? Let's have a look. What awakenings did he lose? Let's see. Awakening 1, if enemies defeated this ability, place acid on the lowest HP for 2 turns. That feels like quite a strong one to lose. So we've lost the random acid spread. Awakening 1. His Awakening 3 on his core will also place Mend on this hero for 2 turns, so we've lost the survivability too. Awakening 5, cooldown the core, so that is the same. But yeah, we've lost the hit Mend and we've lost the... Okay. I mean, he's a starter unit. Still got the 20%. Oh, I didn't even look for auras. Hold on. Accuracy in all battles by 30. That'll be good early on. What does he have? He doesn't have one. All right. And then King Tut. Tan. So he was attacking one enemy 2 times on basic with 30% chance to place acid for 1 turn. Targets under curse will place acid for 2 turns instead. Yeah, that's not changed. But again, Awakening 3 also placed vulnerable. Ta-ta, that's it. Lost. I mean, I say we've lost the vulnerable, but it's still showing up here. But again, I suppose this is not a source of truth yet. Everything is still up in the air, and Zeno was saying things are missing and all that. Okay. And the core was attacking all enemies, extend the duration of curse and acid by 1 turn. That has not changed. Awakening 5 also had a chance to place acid on all targets under curse. So that is not there anymore. Yeah, okay, still got the crit rate aura. When the ultimate, attack one enemy 3 times. Yeah, the first hit places drain. Second hit places vulnerable. Yep. And then it was a target. It's under vulnerable and curse. Activate acid on the targets. That hasn't changed. And it's passive, 20% chance to place curse. Okay, so the rest of his kit's fine. Again, he just seems to have lost. Yeah, the awakenings. King Tut I used early on in the Alpha Tower. He very quickly died off. Like his damage scaling wasn't there, at least for me. And that is the Aru. There you go, that is the Aru done. And we have only... Oh, what? We've been going 40 minutes. And... Yeah. We might be here 8 hours. Maybe not. Oh, dear. Fenrir. Buckle in, boys and girls. You said we might be here for 8 hours? We might just have to look at the new ones that come back. 103 speed. Oh, we didn't even... Hold on. He used to be Eternal as well, didn't he? Yeah. Maybe we just... Yeah. Timestamps I'm probably just going to do by faction as opposed to the entire thing. So people have still got an idea, but there is an awful lot. So maybe I'll just do it by faction. Maybe I just want to do... Wondering if I just do new ones now and then wrap back around. Anyway, yeah, I thought the first time we saw this guy, he was Eternal. Could be wrong. Let's see what he's doing. Attack one enemy 2 times. Plus 2% H. It's supposed to be heal. Heal this hero for each stack of bleed from the target. Maybe. If the target is under 5 or more bleed stacks, this cannot weak hit. Okay. Target's under 10 stacks of bleed. Each hit will increase by 5%, stacking 10 times. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. So they'll obviously have bleed in this kit somewhere. Okay, and not being able to weak hit is nice too. Bit of sustain there. Feels nice, putting crit damage as well. You only got about a quarter of the way through Sage's Marathon. I haven't watched it. I've heard of it, but I've not watched it for obvious reason. But people, was it Susie or someone shared something in one of the discords where his only timestamps were something like dog comes in, dog leaves, something like that. Cool. Attack one enemy with a 75% chance to activate 3 stacks of bleed on the target. Okay. So this is very much, if the target's on 10 stacks of bleed, gain an extra turn. Maybe do new now, then changes later if you've had a chance to review the changes. Yeah, I don't know how much in detail into the changes I'll go. It does appear that a lot of the epics and such have changed. But yeah, I think he did it at Alphabet at least. Yeah, I'm going to pivot for the time being. We're just going to look at new stuff, and then we'll wrap back round later. That's my pivot, and then I'm gonna, because I'm not going to turn this into a video, so I can still throw timestamps on it later on, if for people who want to rewatch the stream. But yeah, from henceforth, new Asgard, new blah blah blah, and then I'll wrap back round later. That's what we're going to do. Decided. Activating though. So activating is interesting. So I read that as you proc the ticks, but you do not remove them. Awakening 3, that feels quite strong. So you need to get the bleed stacks first, and actually none of these are placing bleed. So we're gonna, oh yeah, I can see it on the ultimate there. So you're gonna have to ramp up. I feel like this character's gonna get, better for, obviously for longer boss fights and things like that, but once he gets going, he's gonna be strong. Especially Awakening 3, activating all bleed stacks, then gaining an extra turn. That's gonna be good. Ultimate, attack one enemy 2 times. Before attacking, place 2 stacks of bleed on the target, which cannot be resisted if he has 100% crit rate. Okay, yeah, so we're going to be building him with 100% crit rate, and then you don't need to put accuracy on him, which is nice. Also place barrier on this hero equal to 5% of the damage inflicted. The target is under 10 stacks of bleed, increases hero. That feels nice. Awakening 5, increases damage this hero's ultimate ability by 5%, stacking up to 100%. So 20 times that can stack. Each time it is used. We got a low ultimate cost as well at 750. I don't mean to be rude to say he does some sterling work. Sounds like you've been planning to see how far one can progress with lower entities, but over far too weak. But yeah, that's fair enough. And I'm just not going to bother looking at commons and uncommons because there might be some hidden gems, but we're not going to use them. Like, let's be real. So, yeah. But Sage's a good guy. I'm not going to be doing it though. Low ultimate cost. So we're going to be using that a lot. I like this. This is different to what we see on everyone else. I'm going to move the mic further to me because I'm leaning back. This is different to everyone else that we see where you have a high ultimate cost. This is quite low. So this is what we're going to be cycling a lot to place those bleeds to then get use out of this. That's interesting. We won't really know about hidden gems till we get used to them. Exactly, Anne. Exactly. And gain 60 divinity when inflicting damage to enemies under bleed. Yeah, that's true, Daisy. Daiquiri. I'm so used to watching Susie call you Daisy. I'm sorry. Daiquiri. Like a strawberry. These under bleed have their turn meter reduction effects reduced by 100%. Reduced? Does that mean they're less effective? Enemies under bleed have their turn meter reduction effects reduced by 100%. What? That feels bad. I can call you anything? Okay, sweetheart. Michael, Hercules was under 1,000. I think Hercules was like 500 in Alpha. Obviously, I don't know if he's changed, but yeah. This is it. So once you get rolling, I mean, that confuses me. Is that supposed to be it's like 100% more effective? So enemies under bleed, it would make it worse. So if it was 10%, then it would actually be 20%. That's worded weird. That makes it feel like your terminator reduction effects are worse. But I imagine it's better. It's worded strange. And yeah, your divinity generator is when you attack someone under bleed. So it's going to take a minute for you to get there. But, I mean, heck, early on, you could just slap an Art of War on him just to get this rolling. Might be a play. Might be a good play early on. Slap an Art of War on him. Whilst that's not the best weapon, it'll get you rolling until you find something different. Maybe like a Forge Fire or something like that eventually. And he feels cool. Crit damage, initiative. Initial divinity. Oh, wow. So it's 6-star ascended, you're halfway there. Yeah, so actually, set your second or third turn, you're getting this. I like Fenrir. Very interesting. I like that play style. Ultimate. So, I'm going to skip all these for the time being. We'll come back later. I know people have told me Odin has changed. And we've not seen his hero card. So I'm going to click Odin, actually. We'll make an exception. The thing I said about Odin in Alpha was that he was confused. His ultimate was like an execute damage dealer, but he didn't have the damage to kill people, and he's a disruptor. So we'll see. At the start of the wave, place charm on the enemy with the highest attack for 1 turn. So I do, again, he was in Alpha actually, so let me look at his old page. Odin. I read that as they lose their ability to reduce turn meter on your heroes. Oh, Raki, that could be a point. Hold on. Oh, God. Yeah, that needs changing, because I can see where you're coming from, Raki. I'm reading that as maybe your turn meter reduction effects are better. But yours also makes sense. Yeah, that needs some clarity. That's worded weird. Okay, so Odin's passive used to say, whenever an enemy takes damage from their ally, Odin steals 10% of the enemy's turn meter. And that was to do with the confused stuff. Now, we're leaning into the charm, and he did have charm on his basic previously. But now we're placing charm on the enemy with the highest attack for 1 turn at the start of the wave. Interesting. And if I'm not mistaken, if an enemy under charm attacks you, they take the damage instead. No, wait. Maybe that's not right. If an enemy is under charm and you're attacked, they take the damage. It doesn't necessarily have to be them. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think that's what it was. Lane claim. Attack one enemy, 80% chance to decrease the target's divinity by 10%. Okay. If the target is under charm or confused, steal 10% of divinity instead. And it used to say 35% chance to place charm. Okay, so that's changed straight away. At Awakening 1, if the target is defeated, he would gain an extra turn. Yeah, that was weird too. That's completely changed. Stealing divinity now, if they're under charm or confused, and replacing charm at the start of the turn. Hunting Party was a 3-hit AoE that placed confused. Tackled enemy 3 times. First hit has a chance to place Confuse on each target for 1 turn. Yet that has not changed. Second hit places Lock Passive for 2 turns. And the third hit has a 75% chance to increase the rank of Aldi. Interesting. Additionally, if Jerry and Frankie are on the team, increase their turn meters. So that part has stayed the same. And it used to say at Awakening 3, each hit had a 50% chance to reduce their turn meter. This now says Awakening 1, each hit reduces the duration of all buffs. Ooh. So he used to place Corrupt. We've lost Corrupt now for Lock Passive. I like this. Increase the rank of debuff. So does that mean, like, for example, initiative down 2 becomes initiative down 3? Think so? What do you guys think? Is this one of the only, I mean, I say one of, is this the only way of getting Strength 3 debuffs? Or am I reading it wrong? I like Lock Passives too. That just feels like a good improvement from what it was, losing the Corrupt for Lock Passives, increased debuff strength potentially, and reducing buff duration. Kind of like Morrigan imprint. I do like that. That is a good change. I think that's the first disruptor that actually feels okay. This was the execute. Attack all enemies and equalize the divinity of each enemy to the enemy with the lowest divinity. Okay, so you just removing that alt meter. Okay, that's fine. If there's only one enemy, excuse me, decrease the divinity by 30% instead. Okay, that's obviously made for bosses. If the target's divinity is reduced below 50%, there's an 80% chance to place Confuse on the target for 1 turn. Target's divinity is above 80%, place initiative down for 2 turns. You're Awakening 5, if this hero takes their first turn in battle, activate their ultimate ability without consuming divinity, triggers once per battle. So is the Awakening 5 like Heimdall's 5? But instead of the Heimdall just casts it at the start of the battle, whereas Odin has to physically take a turn. That's what I'm reading. Don't know how I feel about that. I mean, the Awakening 5 is strong. So you're just going to be placing Confuse on everyone to begin with, which is fine. Then you're going to be stealing Divinity with your basic, and you get your first turn. Placing initiative down on. What I don't like is on bosses, even if you knock them below 50%, you're probably not going to be able to place Confuse on them. So the ultimate kind of just reads decrease the divinity by 30%, and then sometimes you'll place initiative down. Yeah. Not sure on that. Maybe I'll come round to it. Opening up Awakening 5. I'm not blown away by it. The core, though, that is ridiculous. Like, if it's working as I think it is. This feels kind of meh. At the start of the wave plays Charm, oh yeah, we saw that. And applies at the start of this hero's turn instead. Okay. Yeah. Don't think the change is bad. I don't think the change is amazing. I think the changes balance each other out. I do like that core, though. It's a strong core ability. Ymir. Definitely one of the coolest models in the game, I think. Worldbringer, the primordial ice on which the Asgardians believed all the land was formed. He is so cool. Affinity Brawler. I mean, his imprint's in the game. The hero is attacked, 25% chance to place freeze. What I hate about this is, unless you have like a taunt, you're very rarely going to get this freeze off. I say very rarely, that's only a single target. In AoE, I suppose you'll get the freeze off. What's he doing then? Attack one enemy, 75% chance to place defense down for 2 turns. If the target's under freeze, this barrier equal to 5% of the damage inflicted. Okay, so I read this as you're always going to have defense down on it, whoever it is you're fighting. Which is good. And then sometimes you get a barrier. Because, again, you can't... I'm assuming you can't place freeze on bosses. Because, was it... I think it... Was it Fafnir that you couldn't place freeze, but if you did place freeze, he would just lose divinity? I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I mean, yeah, defense town 2 on a pretty permanent uptime is good. Sometimes barrier. Okay. Avalanche, attack all enemies for... Attack all enemies for 10% HP plus attack. We got a plus. Is it both? You smack for 20% of your max HP? You do, that's very hard hitting. I imagine it's a typo, but there is a plus there, so maybe not. Reduces each target's speed by 10, stacking up to 3 times. Okay, that's nice. At max stacks will place freeze on the target for 1 turn, which cannot be resolved. This feels good. But it just eats into what everyone's been saying, that the best disruptors are not disruptors. Oh dear. That feels okay though. I don't hate that. That could be pretty good, especially with the speed reduction. Mountain Fall. Attack all enemies with an 80% chance to place speed down 2. Then attack all enemies. Okay, so we're attacking twice with an 80% chance to place freeze on enemies under... Okay. Awakening 5. Each time this hero places a freeze, reduce this hero's divinity cost by 10. Attacking up to 30 times. How often are you going to get that? Fafnir is so long ago, but I think you're right. I remember taking Skadi there for some reason. Yeah, I'm thinking the same. Xeno. I like the Awakening vibe, but that's going to take you so long to get there. Or, unless you can freeze the totems in the Hag. So when Simon showed us the other day, you had... Is it 6? How many did Simon have in his video? If you can freeze those, I mean, you still need to place freeze on them, though. For... You need to cast 3 core abilities to get the freeze from the core. And then you need to cast your ultimate 5 times still? Yeah. Well, then I suppose we've got this too. When this hero is attacked, 50% chance to place freeze. Also has a 50% chance to place freeze if any disable or debuff. Okay, maybe it's not going to take as long as I thought with this. Like, this reads also has a 50% chance to place freeze if any debuff or disable is removed. That could be good. Because your freeze, they'll become unstuck. Then the next turn, speed down will come off, then you'll freeze again. Potentially. He feels cool. Don't know how often we're going to get the Awakening 5. Yeah, looks... I mean, it looks sick. And yeah, best disruptor's a brawler. There we go. Right, who's new? Just these 4. Frecky. What's Frecky doing? Still under review. Okay. Gary, what's Gary doing? Under review. Oh, this is going to speed things up. Ran. Under review. Thorkell. Okay. Ooh, dear me. Take one enemy. 2 times. Each hit has a chance to place a stack of bleed on the target. Nice. Okay, cool. They sharpen on this hero for 2 turns and attack all enemies. Okay. Bleed leaning into that sort of berserker vibe. I like that. Cutting everyone up. Death by 1,000 cuts. Ultimate. Okay. All enemies 3 times. Each hit is a... Oh, so he's placing tons of bleeds. I mean, just one rotation of everything, you're getting potentially 5 bleeds on everyone from the core and the ultimate, and then whatever the basic is as well. If the target has more than 5 stacks of bleed, heals his hero. Interesting. Awakening 3 converts 10% of the overhealing into a barrier. Okay. Oh, I remember this passive. Okay. At 5 stacks, 20% damage increase, 10% steals turn meter when attacking, 20% minus 30% damage received. Yeah. So if you've got 5 bleeds on 4 people, you're getting a damage reduction at Awakening 5 at 20 stacks. Also inflict additional damage to all enemies under bleed which cannot critical hit. Okay. But he's going to be a boss killer, isn't he? He reminds me like Dracula. Crit damage in arena battles feels strange, though. Is it just me? Like, I'm not seeing bleed being overly effective in arena. But in alpha, I guess you do it like alpha, right? You just build up 10 stacks as quick as possible, let him die. Similar to what you do with like Seer in Raid, where you just have her there to clear the waves, and then she just dies. Okay. He feels cool though. Definitely boss oriented. Aslaug, clever. Whenever an ally bot debuff increase their turn meter. Okay. Support. Cunning invoker. Attack one enemy 2 times. Each hit will place speed up on a random ally. Okay, feels fine. 4. Place bot debuff on all allies for 1 turn. Increase the turn meter. Okay. Ultimate, place stalwart on all allies from Asgard for 1 turn. And then increase the turn meter of all allies. Whenever an ally increased it to... Okay, so she is all about pushing you forward. But yeah, having everything for only 1 turn feels kind of there. She is a rare. I don't like that the ultimate is for Asgard allies only. So you're just never getting that if you're... You know, if you pick her up and you've got Guan Yu and Lady Shock, you're just never getting stalwart. But you are getting turn meter push and speed up. It's obviously designed to make you go faster. 97 speed plus, we got 4 down here. Feels quite fast for a rare. And she's gaining divinity when she's placing a buff. Not blown away by her. It maybe isn't terrible, but not blown away. Lagertha, I'd love to see what she looks like. But Shield says no. Defender, cunning, 84 speed, way slower. Attack 1 enemy with a 20% chance to place stun. Oh, if this said 2 times, that would have been amazing. I get why. I wish it said 2 times. Hey ho. Place a shield on all allies. If Ragnar Lothbrok is on the same team, press intercept for 1 turn. Okay. Team up mechanic. Shield on call. One enemy with a 75% chance takes taunt for 1 turn. 1300. And she gains ability when hit by an enemy. An additional 40 when intercepting an attack. Does that mean she'll gain 60 if Ragnar's on the team? Oh, Jesus, guys. Essentially. When allied shield is removed or depleted, has a 50% chance to place intercept on them for 1 turn. Okay, she's placing shield on everyone with the core. So she's going to place intercept on everyone. Alright. It's okay. It's okay. Ricky, funny. Good night. Yeah. You're going to see me slink slowly lower and lower into this chair. And then this is going to turn into a sleep stream. No, bolt upright. That's where we are. Sire of Heroes? Ugh. Ugh. Fight alongside Lagertha. Cripple your foes. Defensive resolve and fearsome strike. Hey, so what we got? Attack one enemy 3 times. Each hit has a chance to place blunt. If Lagertha's on the team, she'll join the attack. It had a long day and a beer. Where is this website for heroes? I mean, I don't know whether to call you Shinjiria or or Mr. Simeonk. But this is just the Godforge site, mate. Yeah, take it easy, Zeno. I'm going to keep ploughing through for another 2.5 hours. Then I'll probably get a bit too. Join attack, though. Potentially more chance to play stun. Don't hate that. Blunt feels kind of there. Strong hit chance. How often are we going to see that? It's a low amount anyway. Yeah. That is true, Anne. You can do that. Attack all enemies. Chance to place defense down. 2 turns. That's nice. It's the lower amount, but it's 2 turns like that. Unbound infected you with sleep. Yep. It was super effective. Ugh. Need some more caffeine or sugar. Nice little core. Basic's okay. I wish it was like attack down or something, but whatever. Nordic Assault. Attack one enemy 2 times. Each hit destroys the max HP 5%. Damage inflicted. Target's max HP for... Each hit destroys target's max HP for 5% of the damage inflicted. I mean, against bosses, you're just never gonna do that. Witchy told you to get some sleep early. You should listen to her. She knows stuff. Witchy cast a spell on me. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the destroying of the max HP. I don't know how useful it's going to be. And 5% of the damage you do is not going to be a lot. Yeah. This hero's HP is below 50%, also heals for 20% of damage inflicted. It's self-sustained, I don't mind that. And his passive, place a shield on this hero when their HP blows. Okay, so he's a brawler, so you're going to build him with HP anyway. Yeah. I like the core. The other two, meh. Seeress. There's a 10% chance to gain an extra turn when inflicting a strong hit. Okay. She was definitely one of the better rare ones. Getting the extra turn, although I don't remember it requiring strong hit. There we go. Temporal Distortion. Attack one enemy. If the enemy is not defeated, decrease the target's ability by 10%. If the enemy is defeated, increase this hero's ability by 10%. Okay, so the vast majority of the time you're just stopping it from molting. It feels fine. Runic attack all enemies with a chance to place Hex. 2 turns. If All enemies receive the hex gain extra turn. Okay, awakening 5, but that's okay. You build it with enough accuracy. Although, did we see a rare earlier that placed hex and like resistance? I think that was maybe for 1 turn each. Maybe she's okay. Place either sharpen or actually up on this for hero for 1 turn, then attack all enemies. Oh, why does it say or? Why couldn't it just be sharpen 1 and then you'd come back round to the extra turn? I feel like if you get sharpen 1, you're laughing. If you're getting accuracy up, you're not. And the accuracy up helps you do this, but you really want the sharpen so you can get this extra turn stuff. She gains 100 divinity when taking an extra turn. Crikey. So we're really going to have to lean into strong hit stuff to make her really, like, hum. At which point you wonder, is it worth it? Unsure on that one. You can get her moving. Feels great. If not, okay would be the word I use there. Sigurd, Dragon's Bane, Ruler, Eternal, Fateful Desire. Attack 1 enemy. Brynhilda's on the team. Place barrier on her. Okay. Helps you keep Brynhild alive. That's nice. Majestic Leap. Attack 1 enemy. Then place initiative up on this hero for 1 turn. Brynhilda's on the team. Place initiative up on her. Always strong hit against bosses. This feels kind of thematic because he slayed Fafnir. Was it not Fafnir? Who did he slay in Norse mythology? It was a dwarf who turned into a dragon. I can't remember who it was. Oh, I love it, Anne. That's funny. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how much damage this is going to do against bosses, but I suppose it's nice you do more. Attack 1 enemy. It's 20% increased damage to bosses. Targets defeated. Decrease the damage this hero is received by 10%. Again, I mean, boss slaying very much involved here, but you really need like max HP or something to do that. He's a low cost though. He's a low cost, and your divinity generator's just dealing damage, so maybe you'll get it a little bit. And with the initiative up, you cast it a bit more. I can kind of see where they're going. Dragonhorn Skin. When this hero is attacked, heal for the damage inflicted. It has 50% chance to counterattack. And this hero is attacked with a weak hit. Okay. Yeah, might be okay. Although for my video, I don't see anyone replacing Skadi for the rare to look out for in Asgard. I really don't. Even though she's probably been gutted. So 15% chance is the same as Babi, but Babi had despair. Let me check to see whether it changed from alpha. HH, where are we? Skadi. I know I said I wouldn't look at old ones, that we'd only look at new ones, but I want to know. Okay, so Skadi's basic has been nerfed, so it was 25% chance base in alpha. If hitting an enemy already under a freeze, you also placed initiative down. So we've lost the initiative down too. That feels kind of sucky. I mean, she was placing it very consistently. It seemed maybe a little too consistent. So Babi's exactly the same, and she's lost the initiative down. All right. The call hit 3 random enemies with a 50% chance to land freeze. Now gone down to 40% chance. I suppose it's not a surprise that she's changed. I'm still a little sad. Her ultimate was an AoE with a chance to play speed down. Yep, if the target's under freeze, play speed down 2 instead. Yep, so that hasn't changed either. We've lost the initiative down. That makes me sad. And then the ultimate, when attacking enemies under freeze, reduce their divinity by 10%, also increase this divinity. So she's also lost the accuracy stacking that she used to have too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the initiative was Awakening 1, maybe, and the accuracy stacking was maybe Awakening 3. That's all gone. Big sad, but Babi is the same as her now, but with despair. Ulfhednar, last two for Asgard. Oh, we're flying through. This one's only taken half an hour. When enemy strong critical hits destroy max HP, also has a 20% chance at additional critical hit. Okay, so you only need to build him with 80% crit rate. Feels nice. That'd be easier early on, especially if you have a golden bow and you can level it up. That'll give you another 10. So you only need 70% crit rate. Would be a nice one to bring. Attack on enemy 3 times, defense down. If the target is under defense down, have a 20% chance of critical hit. Hey, seeing a theme here. All enemies ignore shield and barrier, 20% chance of critical hit. Okay, critical hits against the same enemy, inflict more damage. All right, feels fine. 10% base, build it right, 20%. 10% from golden bow if you've got one. 60%. It's got some sort of attack aura. Seems fine. Don't hate that. And then this guy, Vidar, Silent Avenger, all the strength. Attack one enemy, heal for 10% of the damage inflicted. So it's going to be minimal. If there are no living allies, attack all enemies instead. That's kind of cool. AoE. I like that. 10% of damage inflicted is a minimal heal, though. The mightiest shoe. Does he stomp on people? Attack one enemy, increases the hero's attack by 5. Okay, feels bland. Attack one enemy. If there are no living allies, increase damage inflicted. And it increases hero's max HP each time an ally dies. Alright. Yeah. Average. But not everyone's going to be good. That's something that we need to appreciate. You need food champs. He's definitely not one I would invest much into. Ulfhednar probably would. Yeah. Avalon. So I feel like I should be looking at Viviane here as well, but we'll see. The Fisher King. Eternal Defender. Guardian of the Grail. Defender Feels. Right? Or was it Viviane who's Protector of the Grail? I'm pretty sure Fisher King was the Protector of the Grail. Grant immortality to your allies and sustain their life through centuries of battle. I mean, that feels kind of fun. Also feels kind of strong just reading this. The immortal prevents an ally's death, increase their HP attack. Interesting. Suffering a wound that will not heal, King Pelham stood eternal guard over something. Ordering to revive the dead, the Holy Grail legends differ. He spent time fishing a nearby river, racked with pain, ready to defend his charge. Now something has driven him from his duties. He wanted in despair. That's cool. Right, basic. Attack one enemy. Place Vanish on the ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns. So this is the same as Anu. Anu's pretty sure got this as well. Okay. Yeah, fine. Places Immortal and Shield on all allies for 2 turns. Wow. I mean, he's an eternal legendary. That feels strong. And Awakening 1, it cannot be removed when placed by this ability. Does that mean that, if I'm not mistaken, Immortal and Ward is like when it's triggered, you lose a stack? So I read this as more similar to what we see in Raid, where only taking a turn reduces a stack. That's a very strong Awakening 1 on the core. I immediately want him already for an unkillable comp. Man, hold on. Vivi and him, with like Isolde and Heimdall. Is that an unkillable cult coming along? Interesting. Ultimate. Expensive ultimate. Equalize the HP of all allies with the ally to the ally with the most HP. Huh. I mean, just reading that one sentence, if you're all low because of the immortal, it does nothing, basically. If allies are above 50% HP, then permanently increase the damage they inflict to enemies by 10%, stacking up to 3 times. Okay, strong. If allies are below 50% HP, which you probably will be most of the time, then permanently decrease the damage you receive. Will persist across each wave. Okay. That's strong too. An awakening fire. Okay, so there's the heal. Heal 200% defense. So you have the highest HP and increase the stacks limit by 2. So the question is, does the heal happen before the equalize? It does. This is better. If it doesn't, I suppose it still functions, but yeah, there's a chance that you're just playing with death, which I suppose is good because it gives counterplay and things like that. But there will come a point where everyone is just low and equalizing just keeps you low. But you do have a 50% damage mitigation. I mean, and if you paired up someone like Svarog, who's also giving you 30%, get 30% and 30% of that 30, so it's like 40%, kind of. Okay. Let's see, if when a mortal prevents an ally's death, oh yeah, increase it, stacking up to 6 times. This is a very strong character. Gain 30 divinity when placing a mortal. Gain 60 when this hero is attacked under a mortal. So you're getting 120 or 70. First ticks maybe taking you to 500-600. It's going to be a good few turns before you get that ultimate. And you might not even want to cast the ultimate first to begin with. You might want to hold it until you're defense in all battles. That's very good. Heimdall's crying. That's very good. Initial divinity. That's helpful, taking it to 600. Shield multiplier, damage reductions. Okay. He's very good. I can see there. I get the theme. You're immortal. You're always playing with death. Grail links into his lore. And unkillable comps are a thing. So if this leads to an unkillable comp, does it matter that you're on low HP all the time? Maybe not. But I can see a world where you're constantly below 50% HP. And I guess you just bring a healer, right? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Seems very strong. Could be busted, but also, yeah. Interesting. King Arthur, Lord of Camelot. Strength defender. I saw a few people talking about this in the Discord earlier. Again, hard to avoid sometimes. They were saying something like he doesn't have counterattack in his kit, and that's Loyal Strike. Check one enemy. Place intercept on the ally with the highest initiative for 1 turn. Additionally, place intercept on all allies from Avalon for 1 turn. Okay, so we want a Vivi, we want a King Arthur, we want a Fisher King in our team, we want an all Avalon comp. Well, highest initiative. Here's the question for you guys, for those that are still watching and not falling asleep, like I'm trying not to. Do we think this is the person with the highest initiative all the time? No worries to dread. Or do we think this is the highest current initiative? So, for example, if... Yeah, no, because it would be divinity. This is always going to land on the same person. So you're going to have to pick who you want to list to land on in your builds. I was getting that confused with divinity. Highest initiative. Welcome along, though, to Dread. Okay. So you can pick who this targets in a non-Avalon team. I mean, you just want an all-Avalon team. That's what I'm reading there. Attack all enemies, attack down, initiative down 2. I mean, it's nice. That's only the second person we've seen with AoE attack down. Svarog being the other one. Takes ward for 2 turns on this hero. And place vanish on all allies for 2 turns. Okay, so everyone's going to hit him using their basic. If he had taunt, they'd be doing that anyway. So I mean, what's the reason for the vanish? Wait, can't text till I get home. No worries, Ricky. Drive safe. Don't look at your phone. Just listen to the sweet, dulcet tones of my voice. And banishes attack, reduce the damage to by 25%, increases hero's divinity by 5. Okay, so that's why you have the vanish. I just don't know if you need the vanish if there's taunt out everywhere. I suppose it's a failsafe. If you don't allow the taunt, then they can't be targeted exactly. Still, it can be hit with AoE and cause. Yeah, okay. When this hero intercepts and attacks, reduce the damage taken by 50% and heal him. Okay. Yeah. Gain 100 divinity with this hero counter attack. There's no counter attack in its kit. That's obviously a typo in it. We'll go find out what that really is meant to be. Maybe it's when he intercepts an attack. Then he's only placing it on 1. That doesn't feel right either. When he's hit, he's placing taunt. Because intercept feels too narrow. Maybe it's when he's hit. That would make more sense. Yeah, Arthur feels good. And actually, he's available with that Echo Summon thing, right? So we can all get a copy of him. And then Vivi's going to be cleansing everyone in an all-Avalon team as well. These are going to pair very nicely. Especially with Fisher King. I mean, do you need Fisher King because he's already got ward? Yeah, nice hero, I think. Also, you got 103 speed, 50 resistance in all battles. That feels strange. Okay. He doesn't gain any more speed. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was nice. Morgan, we know Morrigan. And we know her passive is very strong. Disruptor, Eternal, not surprised there. Hero summary, bring dark tidings to the battle. Casting despair and debuffs on your foes. Hold on, maybe designed so you have to combine with other counter-attack champs. Yeah, but this is it, Didrid. So unless we haven't looked at everyone yet as well, so that's something to remember. But some of it leans towards an all Avalon team, right? So unless there is an Avalon unit that places Retaliate, and you guys can let me know. I know I've not seen them yet, but the only one that has it is Heimdall that we've seen, right? So he's sort of negating some of its kit by, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe he is designed to play with counterattack champs. Maybe that is the play you need. Feels weird though. But we'll see. Yeah, Limbo, that's just what we're talking about. It does seem strange for what he's actually doing. But we'll see. It's obviously meant to be a typo. It's either meant to say when he intercepts or he's placing taunt everywhere. Yeah, the dreads. So I am doing epics as well, but because it took like almost an hour to go through the Aru where I did everyone, I'm only doing the new ones right now. And then depending if we've got time later, we'll wrap back round. apart from maybe the odd one or two that interest me. And res. Anyway, Morrigan. So yeah, we're going to be going for... I mean, my plan is to go for at least another 2 hours. If we only get partway through, then I will come back on Sunday. I've just decided that now. Because tomorrow I'm away for stag do. Saturday and Sunday, I'll just be... Well, I don't really drink, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, Sunday we can maybe do another one. Just finish up everything we don't do. 115 base speed. Feels strong. 125 initiative also feels quite high. Goddess of War and Fate, the Morrigan sourced both fear and courage throughout Everdon. It was her that destiny turned upon restitching the world. The Morrigan now acts primarily as an agent and emissary with mysterious power. Okay, let's see. Fate Foretold. Attack one enemy for 200% attack and 5% initiative. Okay, so you want to build initiative on her. She's got a quite high base as well, which is nice. With a 75% chance to place initiative down 2 on the target for 1 turn. Then place Dark Tidings. Right, let's open up one of the plethora of community resources and remind ourselves what Dark Tidings does. Is it on here? Yes, please. Okay. Yeah, okay. So it is. Each stack decreases the target's damage inflicted by 5%. Stacks up to 5 times and can only be removed when this hero casts their ultimate. All stacks are removed. Okay. So it's like a pseudo attack down. So one stack will decrease the damage they inflict by 5%. This kind of reads like a mini attack one enemy, place initiative and attack down, kind of. But max stacks also decrease speed and initiative by 10%. That is strong. Also, the music stopped ages ago and I didn't realise. There we go. That is strong. Sneaky was right, actually, I think. I think ages ago, when we first saw this, Sneaky said he thought it was for the Morrigan. And he was right. Shout out to Mr. Sneaky. Place 2 stacks of Dark Tidings on all enemies. Okay. So you're getting like a basic attack down there as well. Then attack all enemies for initiative. Placing Despair on each target for 1 turn. So we got some CC. If the target is a boss, place speed down 2 instead. I like that. I like the flexibility between waves and boss content. It also, I just think, solidifies that you can't really control bosses because she's got that caveat in there. Awaken 5, place 5 stacks of Dark Tidings. Wow. Well. So Awaken 5, you're reducing the damage by 25%, reducing their speed and initiative by a percentage, on top of placing the speed down as well. They are not moving. 10%. What speed down to give us? Seeing as we're here. So you're reducing their speed by 30% if it's a boss, as well as reducing the damage they do until they cast an ultimate. Very strong. Very, very strong. And is the passive just, yeah. When an enemy receives a buff, just reduce its duration by 1 turn. When they receive a debuff, increase it by 1 turn. So actually what this reads is place initiative down for 2 turns, which is probably why it's 1 turn to start with. Okay, makes sense. And it'll be speed down for 3 turns. Dark Tidings doesn't look like it has a duration. Reading it as well on the Raven Pyro site. Reminds me of the Lydia champ from Raid Quests. Does Lydia have something like that? Yeah, I mean, Lydia... Actually, I think she doesn't. Lydia, she plays defense down and weaken. And then she also... She places speed up on you. And I forget what else she does. But yeah, she does remind me of that, in that she's kind of doing it all in a way. Yeah. Okay. What's the ultimate do? Remove all buffs from all enemies. I think that's just good. In fact, is this the first entire buff removal champ we've seen? Ragnar does one. Isis does one on basic. Nitocris does one. Then attacks all enemies 3 times. The first hit places drain. The second hit places defense down. And the third hit places attack down. Wow, that's strong. That would add like 6 damage. So Ewan, it's reducing 5% damage, stacking 5 times. So it wouldn't add anything. It's just working as like another pseudo attack down. And she's got attack down in her kit as well. And with her passive, it actually reads drain for 3 turns, defense down for 3 turns, attack down for 3 turns. And if all 3 are placed, you would decrease their turn meter by 30%. You tie that in with the speed down that you're already placing. Yeah, she is... Oh, you mean the damage? Yeah, no, that's probably right. I mean, it's 2% of your initiative. So what's 2% of 125 base? I mean, yeah, you're right. It would be like 6. But she's not a damage dealer. Like, you're not bringing her to do damage, Ewan. But the amount of... Like, she is a PvE monster. Everyone is going to want this girl. Decrease the target. Her rate can 3 decrease the target's resistance actually by 5 each time they receive a stack of dark tidings. Wow, so you're going to place 10 in the opening salvo. Or is this individually? So, actually, you're going to get 10 in the core. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Dreads. But we don't know where we can push that to. We don't know where we can push that to. Like, as in, we don't know how much initiative we can get. With maybe initiative. I do get your point though. It's almost like not worth having. But I'll take anything. I'll take any kind of scaling. But you're right. It's gonna be minimal. But we're not bringing her for damage. I hope you guys can see that this is not someone that we're bringing for damage. Yeah, I do agree with you both. You've just kind of given yourself more work doing it. I do get that. Wow. Yeah, and she gains 50 divinity when dealing damage to enemies under dark tidings, which is why she's placing it first. He does everything. Yeah. PvE monster. And she's also got some PvP usage as well, with the despair. And reducing... Yeah. Everyone is going to want this chick. Everyone's going to want this chick. And I think that is... I mean, I said Odin was maybe the first disruptor that was actually a disruptor. She's the first disruptor that's actually a disruptor. Very, very strong kid. Very strong. Those of you who are watching this later or even now, what do you reckon? Is it too strong? 30% initiative in all battles. Gaining initiative 10 speed. Yeah. Is it too strong is the question. Maybe it's 5 and not 5% initiative. Yeah, actually, Ewan, that would make sense. Because hitting for 600 is hardly like massive damage, is it? But I know that's base, but Yeah. I do like her. I want her. I want her a lot. Not going to look at YGG. We will take a quick look at Viviane. We already know what she's doing, assuming she hasn't changed. Everyone likes her. By 15 stacking up to 10 times. Stacks up to 20,000 initiative. That's got to be a typo. Yeah. Who was it that said it a second ago? About Freya. Yeah, I think the Dreads is right. I remember this now. Freya was 5%. It got changed to 500, I think. Now, Morrigan says 5. I bet it's supposed to be 500. Yeah. Well spotted. Well spotted, the Dreads. I think you're right. Beth, don't attack me like that. That's just good. I mean, she was very strong. That's what everyone was telling me about earlier, Xeno. Harping in her kit. That's the third buff for the Excalibur, so Excalibur is possibly worth taking. And it's also going to make her... Is her div generator? Yeah, strong. So Awakening 1, this doesn't become, like, so long to get. Starts at 250. You're placing 3 buffs on, let's say, 5 people. I think. So it's 180 each times 5. 900? Is that 900? I think I'm mapping right. So that's 900 on core use at Awaken 1. So, yeah, it won't take you long to get this tool, actually, which is very nice. I have a 100% chance to inflict true damage, which cannot... Wow. Awaken 5 Biv is also very strong. Yep. Xeno was right. Speed, that's not changed. Gain speed. 129 at Ascension. Very quick lady. If any mods are on the stream, can we give Beth time out so she doesn't out me anymore? Right, and I think it's just these first 4 which are new. Banshee, still under review. Bran the Black. Basic. Attack one enemy, place defense up on this hero. Okay, cool. Attack one enemy, place protect on all allies. Set this hero for 2 turns. Okay, so that ties in with the call. Why is it says Phoenix there? Don't know about that. Mystical Cauldron. Place shield on all allies above 50% and heal all allies below 50%. Also revive one dead ally. This is nice. Like this. Flexibility on the ultimate. And also place intercept on any ally below 20% for 1 turn. 1 turn feels kind of lame, but the Noble Bard transfers 20% of damage inflicted on all allies to its hero. Heals this hero by 100% damage transferred from all allies. I like this. He's 30% when hit by an enemy. Yeah. And it says hit by an enemy, so it's going to trigger off the protect as well. So he's going to be getting this back pretty quick. I like this. I like this Bran guy. The Welsh giant. Yeah, I think he's a cool unit. Like Bran. Gawain. Another defender, Wisdom. Was Bran Wisdom as well? Yeah. There'll be a lot to top that as like best defender in Avalon. '91 speed, okay. What's that? 1100 defense. Sorry, what did Bran have as well? Okay, so Bran's got slightly less base defense. Knight's Oath. Attack one enemy 2 times. Increases hero's defense and resistance by 5%. Max 3 stacks. Okay. Increasing survivability. Place defense up on this hero for 2 turns and protect on all allies for 2 turns. Except this hero. Okay, so he is better in this regard because he's getting the defense up and the protect, whereas Bran is only placing protect and he needs to basic attack to get defense up. Awakening 3 also reduced damage inflicted to allies under protect by 10%. This is doubled for Avalon allies. Oh, God. I mean, without even reading anything else, we've got two very good epic defenders in Avalon here. Right. Okay, in his ultimate attack, all enemies place attack down. Also place shield on all allies. So Brand's ultimate is better in that it offers you the heal as well, rather than just the shield. Or is that better? If you're always getting a shield, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe. Tough. Courageous devotion. When an ally receives a disable, there's a 40% chance he'll receive it instead. That'll this hero's turn, remove all disables. I mean, this is nice, but you don't want it to happen unless you're at Awaken 5, because then otherwise you've taken it and then you're doing nothing. Which explains why he's got the resistance, into him as well. It's going to be hard to build, though, thinking about it. Because until you get him Awaken 5, you want accuracy to land the attack down. You want defense to resist the disables. You want resistance to resist the disables, and defense. Yeah, it's going to be a lot that we're going to have to think and build into him. I like this dude, though. 18% in all battles as well. Yeah, that's nice too. Getting resistance here. Yeah, I like Gawain. Another good tank. They're both very nice. Ogmagog. Another the third defender. Okay. What's he doing? Attack one enemy 2 times, placing attack down for 1 turn. And like that. Don't know why the defense up theirs, but we'll forgive them. The website's in a fragile state. Rock Breaker. Attack 1 enemy. Place blunt for 2 turns. I mean, that feels kind of... because, as I say, blunt just... I don't think any as good as it was before. Sharpen got better, blunt got worse. It's intercept on all allies except this hero for 1 turn. Also place Phoenix on this hero for 2 turns. Stalwart. There. 2. And damage is inflicted on this hero. Increase defense and res by 6% up to 5 stacks. Also heal this hero. Okay, so we're missing an awakening. We're missing at least 1 awakening, which is going to be one of these 2. What's it say down here? Roots of Life. So the Awakening 5 is obviously giving him Stalwart. I say giving him Stalwart. It might give allies Stalwart too. Yeah, he feels okay. I think Gawain's the best one though. Out of the 3 of them, I think Gawain is the best epic Avalon defender over the others. That's cool. So who's new here? Enki, Marduk, Aya, Ishtar, and Aya. I mean, okay. 2 legendaries. Oh wait, I didn't do the rares. Who's near? We just got 2 new ones down here. Seridwin, Invoker Wisdom. Let it start, protect 1 enemy, increase random allies turn meter by 10%. I mean, fine. Makes speed tuning a bit harder, but speed tuning is going to be hard anyway because until we get AI controls, it's going to be hard on auto anyway. So, okay, yeah, no, fine. Heal 1 ally, then place initiative up and speed up on them for 3 turns. Wow, okay. I mean, it is the small initiative up and speed up, but yeah. I mean, that feels nice. I'd love it, obviously, to be heal all allies, then place that on 1 enemy. So, on 1 ally. Yeah, that feels good. Don't mind that. Increases the divinity of all allies by 10%. Then place sharpen 1 on all order allies for 1 turn. Place retaliate on all okay, we've got our second AoE retaliate. Kinda. Increase the turn meter of all allies by 10% too. Is she chaos? No, she's order, so she won't get retaliate. She might get sharpened. I mean, you might say it's kind of bad that it's not just on everyone, but I get it, because otherwise it would just make Heimdall's core not redundant, but you get what I mean. I like this. Yeah, this is really cool. And then, yeah, and she places a divinity generator, placing a buff. Nice. I mean, it's going to take a little bit longer because that's single target. Damage inflicted on order allies is decreased by 10%. Damage inflicted by chaos allies increase. This is fun. This is very fun. 10% initiative in all battles. The actually feels kind of weird. That's fine down there. I like this unit. I like Seredwin. She is a cool. She's a cool rare. Like her. Then Mabon. Rescued Huntmaster. It is only for one turn and she is throwing turn order off. Yeah, but remember, Ewan, you can use your ultimate on anyone's turn. So as soon as your allies have gone, whoever's last in turn order, you then cast the ultimate, and then you've got the retaliate on everyone for the enemy's turns. So the fact that you can control it, okay, it means you've got a manual, whatever. I don't think it's too bad for a rare. It's conditional AoE retaliate, which, you know, okay, fine. And, you know, throwing off turn order, like, again, until we get... It's going to be difficult to auto anything in this game until you get the AI sort of controls, right? Because everyone just be casting their ultimates off left, right, and Chelsea. And I do get that from that point of view, like you're saying. Because it's only one turn she's pushing turn order, if you're trying to auto something consistently, like, yeah, it's not great. I will give you that. But for me, I like playing games. So I think if you're taking control, I think it's really good. But, you know, again, credit to what you're saying. On auto, it's all good. I will give you that. Compared to some of the other rares we've seen, there are certainly a lot worse rares. Just use Freya to reset the turn order rapid, yeah. I feel bad that we've skipped over Freya, but you already showed her to me, so, you know, we'll come back to it, mate. Maybe on Sunday we'll do a longer stream. Tracker's Strike. Attack one enemy. Place block debuff with the after those HP. Yeah, okay. Attack one enemy. Place resistance up on all allies for 2 turns. Okay, that's nice. Rescue from Despair. Attack one enemy. Place Vanish on the ally with the lowest HP. Okay, so you're going to place Vanish and block debuffs on the ally with the lowest HP. When an ally receives a disable, has 30% chance to increase their turn meter by 10%. Also has a 30% chance to reduce the duration by 1 turn. Right, and now here's the thing, Ewan. I compare Seredwin to this guy, and he doesn't really excite me. I mean, you need him awaken 5, and even then it's just a 30% chance to reduce the duration. Like, I can see what we're doing here with the res up, but like compared to Seredwin, which we've just read, he's a lot worse in my mind. Give me Seredwin. For best rare in this faction, it's going to be a tough toss-up between those two. I think, for me, Gawain's the best epic out of all of them. I think my video Sunday will give you a sneak peek. It's probably going to be Gawain and Seredwin. There's a few good options there. Morrigan. Absolutely nothing. Enki. Another Eternal Invoker. Increase the healing from men by 25%. Okay, that's cool. He looks cool. Like with the translucent cape. Reminds me of that Talarlock. Oh, the sweet ones, kind of life in Eka. Stubborn and curmudgeonly. I don't know what that word is. He has isolated himself since the shattering. She views as the other god's failure. Opposed to both the current order and destiny's view of the future, he is content to see chaos run rampant until a replacement, which he personally approves, should appear. And he is chaos. Okay. Aqua Surge. Attack one enemy. Increase the turn meter of all allies by 5%. Nice. Lovely. And if an ally is under mend, increase their turn meter by 10% instead. Okay. Yeah, I mean, retaliate comps, follow-up attack comps. She would pair really well with Ceridwen that we just looked at. He would pair really well with Ceridwen. Retaliating, pushing turn meter to come back round. Yeah, that feels cool. Like, 118 speed's very fast as well. And he's getting plus 10. Fast guy. With the turn meter push too. Okay. River's Blessing. Remove all debuffs from all allies and tap all enemies. Okay, so debuff cleanse, similar to Viv. Also place mend on all allies for 3 turns. If the allies already under mend, increase their max HP. Awaken 3, it's a full cleanse. That is good. I like that. Especially if, again, if you can get retaliate or something on him or follow-up attacks to push the turn meters. And he's faster anyway. There's a chance you can get this stacking pretty easy. Like that. Temple of Azu. Heal. 25% HP all allies. Is that his HP or theirs? I guess theirs. Maybe? And then increase the duration of mends and all. Oh, okay, so that's how... Oh, yeah, I mean, we're easily going to stack this core up. Easy. And I wonder, like, part of my grief with mens has always been... It's you've got to survive to your turn, which sometimes you can't. Even if you do, sometimes it's just not enough, right, to keep you going. This might do it. We'll see. Then I below 50% HP, increase their turn meter by 20%. Okay. Then I was above 50% HP, place. Okay, yeah, speed up. Wrong colour. On the target for 2 turns. This feels good. Awakening 5. Also revive one ally with 100% turn meter and 100% HP. Don't know how I feel about that as the Awakening 5. It's strong, but I feel like people should either be a reviver or not. And if they were going to have this, I'd bake it into the main kit. It's nice to have, though. It is nice to have. That's just me. Increase the healing from men by 50%. Very nice. Start this hero's turn. Activate 1 mend on each ally. Very nice. Okay, so there's kind of like the heal out of their turn. Awakening 1, he also... Yeah. Oh my god. And he gains 60 divinity when placing a mend on another. I really like this dude. I think this is a very good support. HP in all battles. Speed we already looked at. Yeah. I like him. He feels like a good, solid, out-and-out healer, but through mends. He would pair amazing with Apollo. Him and Apollo. Lots of turns, you're never dying. With Apollo resetting core cooldowns and divinity. Yeah, that's a fun thing to think about. Marduk. Another Eternal Invoker. 2 Eternal Invokers here. I feel like we've had a lot. No, she was a Disruptor. And he's a Defender. Okay, no, maybe we haven't had a lot of Eternal Invokers. Ooh, that feels strong. That feels strong. King of the Gods, Marduk was always deity of war and wrath, but always in service of protecting his world. Wrath has burned unabated since the shattering. And the obvious cause, the violation of the natural order, can explain only some of it. Schemes with gods and other realms towards... I mean, everyone uses AI nowadays, right? It just, with the amount of stuff that goes on, it makes life so much easier. But you can tell because you've got the dashes as punctuation. We use AI at HH Gaming as well, right? Or at least I do to format spelling and things like that. But yeah, that's a bit of a giveaway. Anyway, 117 speed, so not quite as fast as Enki was. Also getting plus 10 speed in all battles. Well, right. Attack one enemy, then spread one buff from each ally and place it on all allies. Also increase the duration of one random buff on each ally. Okay. How do I feel about that? The thing is, like, you can't spread something that someone's already got, right? So if someone's already got, if your team's got attack up 2 on everyone, or speed up 2, you can't spread it to everyone because they've already got it. So from that point of view, it feels kind of, yeah. You would have to use this with single target buff. So like with Seridwin, for example, that we just saw. Hey, Aragon. Seridwin placed speed up and initiative up on one person. That would then be good, because then you'll spread that. You're guaranteed to target that, and yeah, the buff extension feels very strong. Spreading one random buff to each other ally, like in group buff situations. You'll get value because if you time it and maybe he goes last, where there's only one. I don't know. This feels very strong, but only with single target stuff or mens. Mens is very good, actually. I remember Isis from the alpha, and she was like extending the duration and spreading the mens, and extending the duration and spreading the mens. And Isis does do something very similar. I mean, yeah, Isis does this as well, actually. Isis' wording's changed. He doesn't need to steal it anymore, so it's similar to Isis, but a little bit better because he's extending it. But he is eternal, so there's that. Okay. Ride the lightning. Also, I really love this image right here. Remove all debuffs from all allies. Okay, so another full cleanse. Enki's a full cleanse as well, isn't he? Yeah, Enki's a full cleanse. Remove all debuffs. Remove all debuffs again. Then attack one enemy. All allies will join the attack. Also place block debuffs on each ally for 2 turns. Okay, so this is only the second unit, I think, with a joint attack on core. Shamash being the other one. Difference being he's placing block debuff, and Shamash places Aether Burn. So I'm reading this as like you're just never, ever getting debuffed. Actually, no. Because he's cleansing and then placing block debuffs, but then block debuffs doesn't work like other games. If you place 2 debuffs, you then lose the block debuffs. Phoenix on each ally for 2 turns, which cannot be removed. That is so strong. The not being removed part is very strong. I think we can get around this. That is very strong, though. Because you're removing things like corruption first and then placing the block debuff. It's a very strong ability. Invigorating Jolt. Remove all disables. Okay. Then places Stalwart and speed up on all allies for 2 turns. Also increase the divinity and turn meter of all allies by 30%. Oh. Yep. That's that is this is like a Morrigan level, I suppose. Very, very strong unit. Very strong. mean, the one thing I would say, Enki's moving debuffs and disables just on his core, and then placing men's. So, yeah, 2 abilities here to do the same thing. Enki's a little bit better there, I suppose, but join the Stalwart and the Speed Up, and the Divinity and the Turn Meter push. Yeah, that feels at me. Maybe a little bit busted. I think if you got rid of the Turn Meter and Div push, you'd still be very good. The thing with Stalwarts, so Stalwart's a similar block debuff, so it's going to be very hard to control him. Obviously, you can get rid of Stalwart by placing control, but very few units, I think, place multiple stacks of control. I mean, let me know if I'm wrong, but... And this thing you can deal with like a Morrigan Le Fay, right? Morrigan Le Fay. Right, she hasn't changed. You attack all enemy 3 times. Each hit placing a chance to place this, so you can very easily just get rid of that block debuffs. Very easily. Stalwart's going to be harder to remove. For every 10 debuffs this hero's team receives, activate the core ability. So you're just never placing debuffs. Its passive activates this hero's core ability, increases hero's divinity by 100%. Oh my days. He's so pushed. Like it. He's so pushed. Yeah. Though I suppose the thing is, with the likes of Morrigan Le Fay that we just looked at, you're going to have to get through the stack to block debuffs first, and then place a debuff. So you'll place, in Morrigan Le Fay's chance, you'll place 5. So there'll be a very small window. But even so, then he's got Phoenix and everyone. Yeah. This guy is a little bit crazy. When placing a buff on an ally, he's doing that a lot with the buff spread. Yeah. Might be a little bit too strong. Might be. What's the argument for it, though? Use something to chase. You've got to have some really strong units, right, for people to chase. I suppose the other thing is, if everyone... I'm getting the feeling the step from the regular Lego to Eterno is a bit big. Yeah. I mean, Eternal Legos do need to be stronger, though. They do. But I do agree, like, this is a large jump. But here's the question, Hewitt, though, right? If everyone gets a Marduk, is it then okay? That's the question. If everyone has one, does it matter? I mean, I suppose the answer is yes, but like my initial fear would be that the sort of the high spenders are going to get him really quick, and you know that's bad. But if everyone has him, is it a problem? I think. And where's his PvP use? It's generally PvP usage that becomes a problem, right? PvP is what breaks it. I mean, the unremovable Phoenix, I suppose. Like, Morrigan feels like a PvE monster with some PvP usage. I don't hate Morrigan. Enki feels, again, just like a very strong support. Yeah. This would be the only one so far that you'd say maybe a bit too strong. But hey, so it gives me something to chase. I love that. Aya. Invoker, Wisdom. Okay. Morning Maker. Attack one enemy 2 times. Each hit increase the turn meter of the ally with the lowest turn meter by. Okay, so you're feeling lowest allies turn meter by 10%. Okay. Equalize the HP of all allies to the HP of this hero. Then place speed up on all allies for 1 turn. If they are above 50% HP, place mend on 1 turn below 50%. Okay. Awakening 5, you heal for 20% this HP, then equalise the HP of all allies. Okay. Yeah, so before you get to Awakening 5, this could be very bad if someone's higher HP, you're just bringing them down to her, which feels horrendous. They speed up 2 on all allies for 1 turn. Yeah, you need Awakening 5 to be safe when using this. This could go very wrong if it's the other way around. Luminescence, remove 1 debuff from all allies. Okay, then heal, percent the heals doubled for all their allies. So similar to Isolde with the removal, but this girl's got a heal rather than turn meter push. Obviously, you want to place her with order units. Converts 20% excess healing into barrier. Okay, so we see that again with Shamash, something similar. I'm slowly drifting into the corner. What I'm going to do, I'm going to twist the camera one way slightly. Oh, come on. That direction. Yeah, but so slightly. And when I sink lower into my chair, you can still see me. The start of turn, increase all allies initiative by 20% of this hero's speed. So you want to be pushing her very, very quickly, placing a buff, placing 1 buff. Yeah, it feels fine. Nothing to write home about. Feels fine. Ishtar. We sort of saw her passive the other day when Simon used it as an imprint. Eternal Slayer, Queen of Heaven. Okay, right, yeah, she's okay, fine. Denier. Okay, right, yeah, fine. Ninsun. Righto. I mean, this gives us a bit of idea what she's doing, but can we trust it? I suppose is the big question. Attack up, defense up, similar to Isolde. Again, very similar to Isolde. I think this might be Isolde's abilities. Come back to that. Ninurta. Okay, so we're not looking at any of the epics there. Enkidu. In fact, we're not. Apparently, we're not looking at any epic units outside of the legendaries. Okay. You think he's overcompensating for something? Yeah. This dude is incredibly strong. He would be the only one so far that you'd be perhaps concerned about. Moving into here, then, we've just got the 2 here to look at that are new in legendaries. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 epics. Got a lot to get through here. Amaterasu. Now, we saw her in battle the other day. I did a video from looking down at Simon's. I can't remember what she did now, but we have seen some of her kit. Eternal Invoker. Loved goddess of the sun. Amaterasu helps guide her pantheon, yet her benevolence and wisdom sometimes falter beneath the occasional childish temperament. Already preoccupied. Family drama, yet Susanoo, she has become further distracted by the voice of destiny. Amaterasu sees sense in destiny's cause, but their disagreements as to what the future should look like have so far prevented a formal alliance. Okay, tank 1 enemy. Heal 5% HP all allies. Nice. Love that. Similar to Quetzalcoatl, though I think Quetzalcoatl was 10%? Maybe? If the eye is under 8th burn, increase the heal by 100%. Okay, so it becomes 10% if they're under 8th burn. Okay, nice. Light of Heavens places block, debuff, and radiance on all allies for 2 turns. Then has a 75% chance to place 8th burn on all enemies for 2 turns. If the AI is proofreading the text on that website, you need a better class of AI. Yeah, I don't know if AI is proofreading this. I don't know if it's proofreading, but I'm terrible at English. Yo, Evan, how's it going? Pulled hell today, so that was fun. Friday surprise. Oh, sick, man. Sick, nice. Anyway, back to this. Aether Burn can't be resisted, so you don't need to build accuracy on her, which is very nice. Thought debuffs and Radiance very strong. We know how strong Radiance was from Alpha. Yeah, cool. Very cool. I mean, not having a cleanse like Enki and Marduk has, she's also Eternal. Yeah. But then you can't have every Eternal having that, I suppose. That's the difference. But this feels like a strong call. Rising Sun, revive all defeated allies, 50% turn meter in divinity. And then reset all ability cooldowns on all allies. Also equalize the HP of all allies to the ally or enemy with the highest HP. Wow, okay. So if you get absolutely blasted, but somehow she manages to survive, this is your catch-up mechanic. This is a very strong ultimate. Like, if there was like a points-based system for each kit, like 70% of it is baked into this. Easy. Now, Awakening 3 will also place Phoenix on each round for 2 times, which cannot be removed as well. A second unremovable Phoenix, Marduk being the other one. That's very strong. Very good revive there. I mean, I'm not a fan on revivers because they're like, oh shit lines. Like, if you've been wiped out already, reviving them isn't going to stop you from being wiped out again. This gives you another line of defense, which I like. And then Phoenix obviously returns you to life again with 50 and 50. So, very strong unit. Oh, the music stopped again. Let's turn that back on. Yes, I'm still listening. And then, sorry guys, just move that back. Right. See, at the start of the enemy turn, decrease the damage this hero receives. Start of an enemy turn by 10%, stacking up to 10 times. Stacks reset after she takes a turn. Dash reduction applied. Wow, that is very strong. So you build her like in the slowest team possible. You slap a forged fire on her. I mean, do you need a forged fire, I suppose, right? Probably not if you're getting 100% reduction. So she doesn't even need... She is a built-in forged fire, that passive. Slow as hell. Yeah. Oh god, who'd you pair her with? I mean, in manual gameplay, do you pair her with like an Anu as well? Do you need to pair her with any more damage reduction? Is that enough? That is very interesting. Divinity when she heals an ally. So does that mean when she basics, she gets 200? Does this count as a heal as well? Those would be the questions I ask. You could also, something that Rabbit was talking to me earlier today about, if you're still around, Rabbit, you could put a Larder imprint on her, I think it is, which says whenever like an ally is healed, you heal everyone else by like 5%. And a body set too, to get your ultimate back super quick. Because then you can still build her really slow, and you're gaining your divinity back in very large chunks. Big fan of this lady. 30% speed. Ah, but you don't want the speed. You don't want the speed here. Interesting. Yeah, like that. Oda Nobunaga. See, I mean, one thing I will check. Are these guys still like work in progress? No. Has anything changed? It doesn't look like anything's changed. But the awakening bonuses we can finally see. Oh god, that's strong. We'll come back to that another time though. Oda! Eternal Brawler. I've also realised actually all of the new legendaries we're looking at are all Eternals. But we've seen. Have we seen every other? Yeah, so we've seen everything that's non-Eternal. That's fun. Anyway, what's he doing? Attack one enemy and then increase his hero's divinity by 5%. Yeah. Increased an additional 2% divinity for each enemy's hero's defeated in battle. Does this stack across waves and things? I don't know. Could be nice against those totems in Ag. Okay. Got his own divinity push. If you pair him like Izanagi or Viviane, God, then you're going with your ultimates. Very strong. Unyielding Ambition, attack all enemies. Play speed up, initiative up 2. Okay, so yeah. On this hero, it is attack defeats an enemy, the buffs cannot be removed. Damage dealer with like per meter movement push. Nice. Attack one enemy, 40% HP. All ally and joining attack, Izuma allies deal 30% increased damage. Increase this turn meter of this hero by 50% if an enemy is defeated. Wow. Turn meter is 100% when an enemy is defeated. So if you kill someone on the join attack, get another turn. So you'd be less inclined. You want to use this on your allies. Whoever is last in your turn order, use this then so he comes back around again. Instantly. It's a very strong ultimate, especially in and this is an all Izumo one. So yeah, you would want something like Izanagi and himself here. Interesting, okay. Unify the realms. Increase the damage inflicted by this hero by 10%. Reduce the damage received by 10% each time this hero defeats an enemy. Oh, okay, so no, he's just all about just slaying shit. That's again, but you want him to awaken 1. Get him awaken 1. Does this stay across all stacks as well? If both of these are across each wave, there's stacks. That is adding to that. So maybe? He feels pretty good. Although for someone who's slaying, initiative aura feels weird. Initiative order does feel very strange for someone who's meant to be killing loads of shit. We're going to get to one slice of swearing now. This was attack or speed. I'd perhaps get it. I mean, he is a brawler though, not a slayer. Maybe HP. Actually, probably HP because you want him to do damage, right? Yeah. HP aura rather than initiative. Feels good. But what would an all Izumo comp look like? I mean, you've got to have her super slow, right? Him. You need Izanagi. I guess you decide which pairing do you want at that point. You probably go. I mean, you go these two to cycle and push yourself even further. I feel like you need Izanagi in that team. Raijin goes there, and it depends on which pairings you make up. Interesting. Gozu. His ability is under review. Hattori Hanzo. They are under review. Himiko. Under review. Oh, this might be another quick one. Kenzin. Yeah. Mezu. Okie dokie. Yeah, so we're not looking at any of these. Let's look at some of the rares. Okay. Interesting. Gonna have vulnerable and defense down there. Okay. Got Sharpen, but still under review. Oni. There, we got one finally. One enemy with a 50% chance to place drain on the target for 2 turns. Okay. Hey, that will work well with Guan Yu, actually. put accuracy on him, just constantly enabling Guan Yu. That's nice. X. One enemy. Oh no, attack 4 times at random. Each hit places. Okay, yeah, nice. Don't mind that as well. That's good. Attack 1 enemy if the target is under Hex. There's a chance to place Hex. Despair. Feels strange. Inflict 20% of the damage to all enemies under Hex. Okay. I mean, if it feels fine. Damaging an enemy, like you'll get that back pretty quick, because the Hex will spread the damage. Yeah, feels nice. I like this to enable one, you know, more than anything. On Rio. He's come back. Shinigami, we know. Tengu? Nope, okay. Tomo goes in. Nope, okay, but looks like it's placing Blaze. Okay, so that was Izumo. Olympus. Ah, we're over halfway. We've broken the camel's back, so to speak. Who's new up here? I don't think anyone's new up here. I don't think there's any legendaries we've not seen. Zeus isn't in the minigame, neither is Aphrodite. I mean, have they changed? No, she still looks the same. What about Zeus? Oh, that's changed. And you know what? I'm actually kind of glad. Attack 1 enemy 2 times. Each hit will ricochet. I don't know what that does. Back to community websites. Attacks a random target, then can use chain to new targets each. Okay. I like that from a thematic standpoint. Lightning arcing around. Each hit will ricochet to a random enemy inflicting damage and apply defense down. Slayer applying defense down. Interesting. This needed to be changed though. This was a problem in alpha. It was just extra turning and extra turning and extra turning. 100% if you got a kill, 50% chance if you didn't. I mean, heck, yeah, that's cool. Attack 1 enemy, then attack all enemies. That was the same, but I didn't get a chance to play stun. In fact, hold on, let's get the old HH stuff. So attacked 1 enemy 2 times on his base, hit to guard next turn. Awakening 1, he also gained Sharpen before using this. Okay, the Sharpen's just moved to the core. Okay, yeah, fine. His core attacked Awakening 3 after attacking the initial targets below 10% HP. So he had an Execute before, doesn't have the Execute now. That's fine. His ultimate plays attack up on himself, then attack 1 enemy. All allies will team up and join the attack. That bit hasn't changed. That bit hasn't changed. Awaken 3. Also increased the divinity of allies by 20%. Was that there? That was Awakening 5. Now that's moved to Awakening 3. This hero defeats an enemy. The next attack of each ally will do 30% increased damage. 30% attack in all battles. Yeah, so he has changed. And for the health of the game, I think it's better. Made it home, didn't fall asleep to your soothing voice. Okay, Ricky, well done, mate. Yeah, I'm glad to see that change. That needed to change. So epics, we've only got 3 to look at epics wise. Oh, and Cyclops. Dirk said Cyclops was amazing. Hey, Odysseus is under review. Persephone is obviously not. Eternal Disruptor. What are we doing here? Attack 1 enemy. 35% chance to increase the duration of a random debuff on the target. Okay. Only got 1 debuff, it's fine. Attack all enemies with a 75% chance to reduce each target's turn meter. So we knew she had an AoE from Simon's video showcasing the animation. Didn't know what it did. Obviously it reduces turn meter. Reduces turn meter further by a further 3% for each debuff on the target. Ooh. How does this work with lead stack? Is that 30% extra if you have 10 stacks of bleed? Probably not. Karinsky, how are we doing? Probably not. I imagine Bleed's just seen as 1, but if it was, this has the potential to be very strong. Like that. Attack one enemy with 75% chance to remove 2 buffs from the target. Then place Aether Burn for 2 turns. Hades is on the team, also places resistance down. Awaken 3. So how is Simon placing AoE Aether Burn in his video from this? That's what I don't know. I mean, is it here whenever? Yeah, no. I mean, gains debuff degree, also increases her attack. Maybe it's bugs then in the things Simon's showing us. Because he's definitely placing like AoE Aether Burn. I mean, she seems okay though. And you could really keep their divinity down with bleeders and things like that. Seen all battles. Yeah, she feels fine. Polyphemus. Everything's under review. He's got despair and speed down somewhere. Okay. Cyclops, I'm excited to read this. Dirk said this was like their Bellower. He's an ogre too, so he kind of looks like Bellower. Strength Brawler. Disabilities under review. Okay. We'll just have to take Dirk's word for it. Eurydice. This is someone Simon else. This is someone else Simon has. God, that's a mouthful. In his team that he showed us the other day. Enemy with a disable takes turn to increase their divinity. Okay. Attack one enemy. Chance to play sleep. You're still out on sleep. Unless you can time it so you've got a hard-hitting damage dealer to go after. Then you get the increased damage. They stun. All enemies. Decrease each target's turn meter. Oh, we can see what the books go to here. 50%. Nice. Enemy with disable takes a turn. Decrease their divinity. Orpheus on the team. Increase the chance to place disable. Oh. Oh. Is that just her, though? Or if you have the pair of them on the team, you can get like 100% chance for anyone to place a disable. It doesn't specify just her. Maybe it is just her. 85% chance? I imagine that books to 50, so it's 100% chance to play stun and 100% chance to play sleep. They could be very good pairing early on. Just to keep people locked down in the annoying waves. Yeah, interesting. We've seen those. Muse. His abilities under review. Okay. And then Orpheus. So he pairs the one we just looked at. One enemy, then you increase turn of your all allies by 3%. If your Eurydice on the team, increases by 6% instead. The thing is, this seems pretty good, but it makes some of the legends we've seen with this earlier feel bad. Pretty sure we've seen some with like 5% push. Maybe I'll have to go back and rewatch. Also increase the divinity of all allies by 40 if your Eurydice is on the team. Increase it by 70. Okay. Attack one enemy. Then place, attack up, and actually up to... Ooh, this is good. I like that. It's only one turn, but... Heck, I'll take it. Yeah, like that. You speed up initiative on allies one turn. You're on the team and is defeated. Revive her. He's getting divinity when placing buffs. He's got 4 buffs in his kit. Wow, Excalibur's good. For those of you who are taking Excalibur... For taking someone that doesn't have a buff, like, this is the kind of guy you put that on. Back up, accuracy up, speed up, initiative up, plus the 4 buffs from Excalibur for that one turn. Sure, it's only one turn, but it's going to be enough perhaps to help you get through those waves. That's nice. Oh. There's a 20% chance to refuse ability above all that has by 50. Wow. Another nice little kit there. Yeah, for a rare, it means eternal. I like that. I think it's a toss-up between Orpheus and Hippolyta for best rare. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Omea Khan. Now, we already touched on the Quetzalcoatl change earlier in the stream. I won't do it tomorrow because I'm away at Stag Do, but maybe on the weekend I'll add the timestamps in for each of these. You can go back and watch my thoughts on Quetz. I'll say it again briefly when we get there. The Mayan back god Camazotz, Shadow Jabalba. Really like his model and all that. He looks cool. Massive Death is an agent of American's underworld gods that he is, carrying their words and performing their tasks. And as such, he frequently appears not only throughout American, but in especially lately, as he entered into some manner of scheme with the dreaded Count Dracula. Oh, that is some awesome lore stuff. Love that. Dracula and Camazotz teaming up. That's so cool. Maybe Odd One will want this to go with his Dracula. Eternal Disruptor. Attack one enemy 3 times. Each hit has a 75% chance to reduce the target's turn meter by 5%. 5% feels low, but you're attacking 3 times, so it's 15%. Imagine that books to 100% chance. So whenever you auto attack or basic, you're gonna reduce someone's by 15%. Okay. Nocturnal Hunger attacks all enemies. 80% chance to place drain for 2 turns. Awakening one, if target's already under drain, decrease their turn meter by 10%. Okay, so you're gonna want to bring, Guan Yu again. If you pull him when you've got Guan Yu, they just enable each other. Because he'll place drain on his core, he'll reduce the turn meter, and then if it's the other way around, Guan Yu's just doing max HP. So you definitely want to bring someone with him. The Bat Bros, yeah, that's it, the Sozi. You definitely want to bring someone with him that does drain. But if you make him go fast enough, if he goes faster, he's got 106 base speed, and you're knocking back turn meter, there's a chance you can come back round and put this back on before it goes off. Okay, I can see that. Attacks all enemies 2 times. Each hit has an 80% chance to reduce the target's turn meter. Okay, so there you go. That's going to knock them back and bring you back round. Targets above 50%, place speed down on them. Yeah, that's good. Otherwise, place despair. Ooh. Awakening 5, each hit strong, guaranteed strong critical. Guaranteed strong critical. Okay. So Awakening 5, you don't need to build crit rate on him at all. Ah. That could hit hard. For a disruptor. You'd still need for accuracy, but okay. Let's see, when this hero inflicts a critical hit, steal 5% of the target's turn meter. If the attack is a strong critical, deal a further 5%. I guess Wake 5 doesn't apply to everything. This is strange because you don't want to build crit rate because the ultimate's guaranteed at Awakening 5, but you do because everything else won't be. So actually, you probably just build 100% crit rate on him anyway. Ooh, actually, yeah, with 100% crit rate, you're stealing 5% turn meter, and then this is stealing another 5%. So you're actually stealing 30% on basic. Now that's more like it. And here, you're stealing 15% when you crit. So it's 30%. So, oh yeah, you're easily going to come back around to this. But if it's an extra 10%. So this could be 40% at Awaken 5. This guy is going to You're never getting a turn with him. Also decrease the target's initiative and speed by 5 each time his hero steals turn meter. Yeah, what's his... And when he... I mean, I don't know anyone else's take. I've not seen it. Gains 10 speed. Oh, this guy is like a cracked version of Perrin, surely. I like him. I like him. I suppose where it comes... The question we then have to have is... Simon mentioned that the bosses now have that weird buff. What's it called? Something Aegis. Temporal Aegis. Where turn meter reductions are... Reduce turn meter reductions by 5% multiplicatively per stat. Stacks are removed at the end of the hero's turn. So, depending on how many stacks bosses get, he could lose value there in certain PvE encounters. Or if someone's got an Arme no Nuboko, I mean, I don't know why anyone's picking it right now, but in an arena meta, eventually everyone could have an Arme no Nuboko. I think he's good. I just hope that, yeah, you can use him consistently well in boss fights. I understand not wanting bosses to never take a turn. Hey, I mean, I like him. I do like him. Kinich Ahau. I shouldn't stalemate against Amaterasu, who never gets... Oh, Ewan, that is the counter. You've just discovered the counter. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? What happens when Camazotz meets Amaterasu? Nothing happens. Oh, I like that. That's funny. Kinich Ahau, Lord of Judgment, Eternal Defender. Thanks all enemies. With a chance to play Aetherburn 2 for 2 turns. Love that. I feel like as long-time raid player, it's going to take a little while to get my head around all the different buffs and debuffs and just general layout of champs and how they work together. Yeah, Evan. So I played raid since Shamrock Fusion, which was the first one after Saint Nick. So around 7 years. I did take a 2-3 year break in between that time. But I've started playing again recently. But I've been heavily involved in Godforge for the last, 2 years. It will take a while to get used to things, especially the whole being able to use ultimates out of turn and things like that. But you'll get there. There are an awful lot of similarities. What you've got to remember is the people making this, Simon, Paul, Chosen, Fiction, a lot of them have a raid background, so there's going to be a lot of familiarity. The thing that's going to take some time is learning what each hero does. And that's fine. I've been so engrossed in it that I'm pretty comfortable that I know... I've got a rough idea what quite a few people are doing. I don't know everyone. So you'll get there eventually, man. If this is something you feel like is for you, you will get there eventually. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. If you join a Pantheon, I don't know if you're in one yet, or if you're in mine, apologies, because everyone's got different bloody Discord names. But there's enough out there, there's enough help and resources, you'll be absolutely fine, mate. Don't worry about it. Sacred Brand. I like this. AoE Aetherburn's pretty cool. Attack down and blunt. Okay, nice. Again, feels similar to someone we saw earlier that had attack down and blunt. What other defender had attack down and blunt earlier? Is it Arthur? No, Arthur has attack down and initiative down. Was it... Oh no, was it like Ragnar, but he had it on a single target? This is AoE. Okay. Again, blunt definitely lost value recently, but attack down is nice. Scorching Guardian. Place Radiance res up on all allies for 2 turns. Nice. Transfer all blades and Aetherburn from all allies and attack the enemy. Increases hero's defense for each debuff transferred. This screams Fafnir. This Fafnir's placing Blaze on us like no man's business. So transferring all that and then, yeah, this guy's made for Fafnir. Increase all allies' defense when transferring a debuff instead. Awaken 3, very strong. I've been following along pretty much the whole journey and played in 2 alpha ways, but yeah, catching up a bit more now that the access getting closer. Oh, okay, Evan. So apologies for that. Then I assumed that you hadn't done that. Yeah, you'll get back into the rhythm. There's gonna be a lull in between the end of the mini game very soon, and then God knows when EA. There will be a bit of a lull, but maybe that's the perfect time to catch up. Well, yeah. So definitely a bit made for Fafnir, this guy. When an ally damaged by an enemy, transfer 50% damage to this hero and increase the damage of the ally's next ability by 10%. Nice. Awaken 5, Solar Barrier. Okay, so we're missing a couple of awakenings. In fact, he's missing an awakening 1. Okay. Yeah, definitely this guy's made for Fafnir. He's got good utility elsewhere as well. Moctezuma. I don't think we've seen this guy. Strength Defender. Obsidian Judgment. One enemy 2 times. Each hit inflicts 50% damage to barrier and shield. Okay. So all the Heimdalls and other shield bearers of the world. Target is not under barrier and shield, increases turn meter by 10%. Okay, cool. Attack all enemies 2 times. Before each hit, there's a 75% chance to remove barrier and shield. Oh, this guy's gonna all of us who have taken Heimdalls. He's the counter. The target is not under barrier and shield before attacking. No, if the target is not under barrier and shield after attacking, place Curse on each target for 2 turns, otherwise place Acid for 2 turns. Okay, so also place Taunt on each target, Awakening 1 for 2 turns. Oh, he's strong. This is countering so many people. So the way I'm reading this, you remove barrier and shield, and if you do, you place Curse for 2 turns. Now, Curse stops shield, barrier, and healing strength. So that's really good. If you still have a barrier or a shield, you place Acid, which is getting rid of all of the armor capabilities. That is a very strong core. And then the Taunt as well. Yeah. It's ward on all. Wow, okay. Then attack all enemies. Also place shield on all allies equals 30% of damage inflicted. The shield cannot exceed 25k. Okay. So close to Quetz. Yeah, let's say, Ricky, I know the big change. I'll look at everything else as well. We kind of spoke about it, but I'll go over it again. Increase the shield limit to 50k and reflects 100% of the damage inflicted to the shield. This will always be a normal hit in Igna. Dang. Ward is strong, unkillable, basically, or it's undamageable. Obviously, you'll only take two multi-hit. Like if someone's got an AoE 2 times, like that just disappears, but that's good. When an enemy attack, like if you do that at the end of the Fafnir flip, where he places it, he attacks you once, flips into his ultimate form, attacks you again, you've blocked both of those. And then he's got really good PvE usage too. I like this guy. When an enemy attacks an ally, decrease the damage received by 20% and increase the damage this hero inflicts on the next ability. And it's attack. This is doubled if the enemy is under a shield or a barrier. If an ally is defeated, activate this hero's core ability. Here's what I want to know. If you've got the ward up and you get attacked, okay, you're not taking any of the damage reduction. Do you still get the damage increase though? That would be my question. Do we still get the damage increase if we're under ward? If we do, this is really good. I mean, if not, it's not horrendous, but you just won't get any value with the ward. I really like this guy. 30% defense in arena battles. Yeah, of course it's arena battles, because he is meant to counter the Athenas and the Heimdalls that we're going to see everywhere. Yeah, he's really cool. I like Moctezuma. Let's see what else has changed to Quetz then. Vocal wisdom, yeah, that's not changed. One enemy and heals all allies by 10%. If the attack is a strong hit, place Petrify for 1 turn. Will place Petrify on any attack which cannot be resisted. I feel like that hasn't changed. Increase the turn meter of all allies for 20%. Place speed up for 2 turns. Increase speed of each target by 10. Hello, Frank. I feel like that hasn't changed either. I feel like these two are both the same. Obviously, let me know, Ricky, but I feel like those are both the same. This is the bit that's changed. Place initiative up, next up on all allies. Also, increase the turn meter of the ally with the highest turn meter by 50%. So that bit hasn't changed. When this hero is defeated, revive 2 allies, increase their initiative by 5. That hasn't changed as well. Happy. Yeah, so it is just these buffs that are changed, right? And I don't think there's much more to say than what we already said earlier, Ricky, right? Like, I get having to do something because of the whole power creep thing that's going to be coming down the line. Like, how do you improve on that with new heroes? How do you make people want to purchase them? I say purchase them, get them. But yeah, as I say, whilst we've seen Sharpen in a few other places, we're going to look at Freya now. Like, he's got attack up, and she's got 3 buff too. She's got Phoenix. Wow. Okay. She's got three buffs on Awakening. She doesn't have turn meter push though. She doesn't have speed up. Is that more valuable? I mean, what else? Seeing as we're here, we'll look at Freya as well. Also places Phoenix on all allies. Okay, below 50% HP. So there is a caveat to that. It's not just a straight up Phoenix. If an ally is at full health, inflict the heal as damage to the enemy. This cannot critical strike hit. So strong. Yeah. I don't know. I think it is partly because he was so close to Freya and they had to change something. And I think the power creep side of things as well. Although with Viviane and Freya still placing 3 buffs. Yeah. Then Viviane places 3 buffs in total. He still places 3 buffs in total. Do you think significant change, or do you think the heal and speed lead is enough? Oh, it's definitely a significant change, Ricky. There's no denying that. As I said to you earlier, if all we had done is lost the attack up, I would be okay with that still. Because the sharpen is what... Now, the only thing is with the sharpen, right, is it makes it harder for you to get the petrify off. That's the big thing, right? It's a shame because it had such good synergy within his own kit. That's the biggest disappointment. Whereas initiative doesn't really do anything for him, in my mind. And you don't want him dying all the time. So it just doesn't make sense to me having this here. I get having to remove 1, get rid of that attack up, leave the sharpen and the accuracy, and I still think he's perfectly good. Now, do I think he's bad? No. He's still one of the few healers that we see in the game with the basic, and with the amount of Heimdalls and follow-up attacks. Heck, even that... I know Seredwin won't apply to him. He's not Chaos, is he? He's Order. Okay. I was going to say, if you had a Seredwin wear with Retaliate, like, you're still going to get enough heals off. And yeah, if you get him Awaken 3, which won't be as hard as you think with the Echo system, And sharpen, he doesn't really miss it. We're thinking of him specifically. Eventually, you won't notice it, but it does hurt him early on. Like I've had him in my top 10 for a while in like S tier. Like, look how he gets divinity. Yeah, when an ally strong hits, yeah, as well. So that's what I'm saying. Like losing the sharpen, like really hurts. I would trade losing the attack up and accuracy up and only keeping the sharpen for him. Yeah, it was just such a fundamental part of his kit. It is a big disappointment. Speed lead, still nothing to scoff at. It's not the best, but it's nothing to scoff at. 10 meter push. I mean, if I had him, I would. The thing is, because we don't know whether they're going to go back on that decision. Like, if you look at the summoning rates thing, the community wasn't happy. They revisited it and they changed it. So there is still the possibility that we get the sharpen back if enough people are upset, but provide constructive feedback. When people just moan and go, oh, it's bad, end of sentence, like, that's not constructive, and Fateless are going to close their ears to that. I would like to see Sharpen come back, or alternatively change this. If they change this to when he heals an ally, then I think it's fine, because he's getting it propped 5 times every time he heals someone. So he's gaining 400 every time he basics, and then you're absolutely fine with the amount of turn meter push and all of that. So those would be the 2 changes. If Fateless is watching, appease Night Anne, Isu, sort of appease the masses. One of 2 things needs to change. He needs to get the sharpen back and drop initiative up, or heck, give him sharpen and accuracy and put the initiative up behind an awakening, or change his divinity generator to when he heals someone. Then he's right back up there. But he's not bad still, Ricky. That's the important thing to remember, right? He's not bad. As you say, speed lead, tons of turn meter push, one of the few healers, and he's got some control. We don't know the exact metrics behind accuracy up and how that's going to affect strong hit. And you're going to want to build accuracy in him anyway to land the petrify. And yeah. I would say, if you held a gun to my head, I'd say he's probably dropped from S tier to A tier. But he's still a very solid character. And in my mind, you can take anyone in S or A and you'll still be absolutely fine. Like, heck. Because I imagine a lot of people are moving off him. You put him in arena, chances are you're going to win the speed race early on and still do very well. But he has definitely got worse. I don't think it's like, there's still worse legendaries out there. I would like to see this come back, though. That would be my take. See this come back, or change this to heal. If one of those 2 things happen, I still think we're gravy. Yeah. We can't say that he's not a worse character as a result. There we go. Lalok. No worries, Ricky. Like, yeah, I would take Heimdall, Sparrog, Ib, Hell, Wukong. Those would all be ones I'd still take over him. But if that's all you end up with, still, like, you're not going to be, crying in your mother's milk. He's still good. But he's just, not busted. And especially when you can look at, like, Freya, like, yeah, put it behind an awakening, maybe. Just give it back to him. That'd be my take. Right, Tlaloc, the Rainmaker. Eternal Slayer. Yeah, he's the one with the rain skirt. He's definitely one of the coolest models. I'd love to get him. One of my main guns, eldest god, the Rainmaker, has long worked to influence the natural and cosmic cycles. Etzli and Quetz Law says they partner, but no skills sync. Oh, interesting. I missed that. Sorry, we'll read it quickly. God of life and wisdom, Quetz stands preeminent in American. He understands the War of the Pyramids is a waste of effort and lives. Until he figures out how to convince Aru's pantheon to adopt the ways of American, he believes neither the cosmos nor the brethren would permit him to stop it. I don't see any law. Maybe it's just Metzli's law? Like the moon itself, the American lunar goddess is a being of multiple facets, relatively benevolent. She aids Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, this is a law thing. In his endeavors to end the war. So she's just supporting ending the War of the Pyramids while spreading the ways of the pantheon to the Aru. Yeah, ironically, goddess of magic, she also wishes to expand her dominion over the sorcerer's other realms and is not too choosy about how. Interesting. That would be cool. That's not what we want. This guy. Attack one enemy 3 times. Each hit ignores 5% of the time, which is double if they're under hex. So Frank, no. Because, like, if Sun Wukong's own passive triggers the 50% chance, you then don't get the trigger on his passive, on the imprint. If you miss the 50% on his passive, then a separate check happens with his own imprint. So it works out that you have a 62.5% cumulative chance to follow up on an attack. So it's not bad on him, but it's not as good as you think. And yeah, if the first one triggers, you don't get the second. So just bear that in mind. This is cool. 10% defense ignore feels strong. Very strong. Attack all enemies. Has a 80% chance to place hex on each target for 2 turns. Does this happen before or after? Hope it happens before. Also places 2 stacks of banish on enemies defeated by. Wow, okay. Make anyone place accuracy up and immortal for 2 turns on this hero before attacking. That feels pretty good. Slayer with self-sustain on him. That feels very good. Accuracy up makes it easier to land the hex as well. Like I say, I hope the hex goes first. The way it's worded, I imagine not. You attack all enemies, then you place hex, which feels kind of, you know, makes me want to cry in my mother's milk. That's pretty good. Revered Harbinger. Attack all enemies. Each hit will also ricochet to an enemy, hitting damage and increasing his divinity. Right. Also increases this attack by 2% for each successful ricochet. This is interesting. Because ricochet is the bounce to a random target, and it chance reduces after each ricochet. But if you have that on hex, you'll hit everyone, will spread damage with hex, then it will ricochet, hitting everyone under hex again. Oh, he is going to be a wave clearing monster. There's going to be so many hits. This is really good for PvP because he'll place Immortal on himself. And then he's increasing his divinity again to come back around. Oh, wow. That is very strong. That's so cool. I love that. Static Torrent. Each hit from this hero has 50% chance to inflict additional damage to a random enemy. Enemies under hex will always receive the extra. Oh. If there's any... I mean, Hag. Those totems don't stand a chance against him in Hag. That's very cool. Inflicting a critical hit. Ricochet could probably crit as well. See, you're getting so much push here. So much divinity and ultimate push. That is a really cool Slayer. He's just there to kill waves of things. I love that. Hunapoo. Hunapoo and his brother Xbalanque are the offsprings of Shakik. Yeah. I don't think the K needs to be there. An underworld goddess and a slain mortal. Through wits. Attack one enemy. Oh, is he a brawl? Yeah, he's a brawler. Okay, killing brawler. Chance to place attack down the target for one turn. If Xbalanque's team, he'll draw the attack. Cool, love that. Attack one enemy. 50% chance to increase turn meters. If Xbalanque is on the team, increase his turn meter by the same amount. Steal turn meter instead. Ooh, Awaken 5's fun. Steal the turn meter and then give Xbalanque 20%. Nice. Rage, just got back. Have you reviewed Bellerbog Cheddarbog? I have not, Michael. No, we are on the American, so we have someone else, Nenvaraj. So, yeah, we're towards the end. Not quite there yet. Feels fun. Attack all enemies. If the target has high HP than this hero. I don't like that. If the target has high HP than this hero, 50% chance to place sleep on the target for one turn. He's a brawler, so you're going to be building him with high HP. And the only people that are going to have higher HP are bosses. I mean, there might be a few that have higher HP than him. But, yeah, unlikely to happen. Otherwise, increases his turn meter by 20%. As long as it increases divinity by 20%. So this basically, in my mind, reads, attack all enemies, increase your turn meter. It's fine, because then if you pair it with the core afterwards. Yeah. Win motivation. When this hero receives a critical attack, increases hero's turn meter by 5%. Two focus on team also increase his turn meter by the same amount. Okay. I mean, it feels fine. You just don't see a world where we're going to be getting the sleep off very often. I feel like that should be the other way around. Gains turn meter if he has less. This is sleep if he has more. What does Xbalanque do? He's another brawler. Wisdom. One enemy. Bases death down. Okay, that's cool. So on basic, you've just got attack down and defense down with a pair of these all the time. It's going to be great for PvE encounters. Does mean you have to bring 2 units in for that. Whereas, is there anyone that does both? I don't think there's anyone that does both. But yeah. Cool. Nice little pairing right there. Attack one enemy. Target has higher max HP than hero. Inflict an additional 1%. 1%? Is there any point? I mean, it's extra damage, sure. 1%. I suppose, again, I'm now thinking just in wave content. In bosses, 1% isn't nothing, I suppose. It is better than nothing. But I feel like 2.5, 5 wouldn't go amiss. Maybe that's just me. Ship Albert 3. Attack all enemies. If the attack is a strong hit, there's a 50% chance to place stun. Unit who's on the team increases divinity. Awakening for... Oh, okay. Awaken 5, that's strong. And they're boosting each other's divinity and such as well. That's cool. This hero inflicts critical attack. The next attack will inflict 20%. Yeah, that's fine. When this hero or Hunapoo inflict damage. And that feels good too. That's a cool little pairing. I don't think it's busted or broken by any means. A cool little pairing. Yeah. They're fun. Yippee. Totec. Under review. Okay. He's basically attack down and okay. So you just don't bring the twins, you just bring him in. Maybe. Sochi, Quetzal, Disruptor, Wisdom. Okay. Gelotto. Oh, he's the one with the really good epic imprint. Okay. Attack one enemy. Increases hero's divinity by 50. Okay, so he's just got built-in divinity push. Okay. And place a random buff on a random ally. Possible buffs are speed up, attack up, initiative up. Will prioritize allies who trigger Path of the Psychopomp, which is his passive. Okay, I mean, You need a lot of joint attacks to make this worthwhile then. Also place a random buff on this hero at Awaken 5. A lot of chaotic stuff there. Could be fun though. Attack one enemy and mirror one random buff from the target. Also increase the duration of a random buff and all that. Okay. So this is where it comes in. Like the idea is that you join attack, then use the core, increase the duration, join attack. You need to be moving fast. You need someone like Apollo with him to reduce the core cooldown. Come back to this quicker. Interesting though. Attack one enemy, place sharpen on all allies. Quetz Squadron's on the team, they will join the attack. Ricky, you still here? If you're still here, Ricky, and you do end up keeping Quetz, this guy's going to be good. Okay, it's his ultimate. It's fairly low cost. There's a 20% chance to join an ally in attacking. When joining an attack, will heal all allies and increase their divinity by 5%. Will also increase. Yeah, he's a cool epic. When placing a buff on an ally. Yeah, I mean, not busted, but ooh. Mini join attack with Quetz. As you do end up sticking with him. Yeah, he's fun. Okay. Kick. No idea, but you can see in a way activate bleed on the target when a buff is removed or stolen. So is she a disruptor? No, she's a slayer. Obviously, no idea. Subject to change and all that, but interesting. Je t'abeille. No. Rares. Excel. Attack one enemy 2 times. Place mend on this hero for 1 turn. Okay. Mend on this hero. Move one of them down. Debuff from all allies. Place store on it for 1 turn. Okay. Bit of a cleanse. Place mend on for 1 turn on all allies. Allies below 50% HP increase their turn meter by 10%, otherwise increase their divinity. Sure. Let's start this hero's turn. Sacrifice 10. Okay, that's why she's placing mend on herself. Sacrifice 10% of this hero's current HP and heal all allies equal to the amount of HP lost. Ooh. Each turn increases this hero's healing by 3%. Now, is that equal to the 10% HP lost from the sacrifice or total? If that's to each up, sacrifice 10% of this current HP and heal equal to the amount of HP lost. I mean, if you get to the point where, you know, she's on very low HP, maybe you keep her under alive or an immortal, that's a massive heal potentially for everyone. Damage. That could. No, this doesn't scream like great to me, like a great unit. But I also think it's one that's quite likely to be, you know, like maybe sneaky, half decent with this here, depending on how it works. If it's 10% of the sacrifice, then it's meh. If it's of your total lost HP, that could be a massive heal each time she takes a turn. Now, latest shot we've seen Shorn One. Attack one enemy and place a mend on this hero for 2 turns. Well, for 1 turn. Okay, so the same as Ixchel. Also mend. Place protect on all allies for 1 turn. Also place barrier on this hero. Okay. Place defense up on this hero for 1 turn and attack all enemies. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, nothing necessary to write home about. It could be a nice defender early on because he's got the attack down. And Silacatzlin. An enemy place vanish on this hero. Okay. Is he a slayer? No, he's a disruptor. Okay, so it gives him a layer of protection. One enemy 2 times. Each hit places speed down. If the target's under vanish, place 2 turns instead. So you open with your core, then you come back round, because the way it works in Godforge, when you do this, it will last the entirety. Like, it doesn't. You don't lose the buff at the start of your turn, you lose the buff at the end of your turn. So you'll be able to then come back round to this for the speed 2. Especially if you open with this, then do this, attack all enemies, if you're under Vanish, place initiative down 2. So you open with that, you come back around, you do that, and then that. So you get both big versions down. That's kind of nice. Fumi Fortitude. If this hero is under Vanish, attacks have a chance to play. Attacks have a chance to play on the target. Wow. At the end of this hero's turn, place Vanish for 1 turn if the save was. This could be sneaky fun in PvP. If you can open with put a Kate Sith imprint on him, and he enters the battle with Vanish. But you haven't got the AoE, but still. It's gonna be fun. I don't think it's nutty, but it's a fun build pattern you can go around. Put the Spectre set on him. Give him damage reduction. Yeah. Tian. So it's just Tian Long we've not seen, and then a bunch of epics and rares. Now this guy used to have a bonkers imprint, and then it became quite niche. Eternal Defender. Attack 1 enemy with a 50% chance to place attack down 2 on the target. Okay. Nice. Again, nothing to shout about. No. Place Immortal on this hero for 2 turns, then place Intercept on all allies. Set this hero for 2 turns. Ally already has Intercept. Increase the duration by 1 turn. While under Immortal, damage cannot exceed 15% of this hero's max HP. This is interesting. So, Immortal doesn't stop you from taking damage. So, the first few times you use this, you're just going to get blasted. Are you reviewing SWK? I wasn't going to. Has he changed? He's changed, I'll take a quick peek at him. If he hasn't changed, Frank, then I won't be. But if you think he's changed, let me know. I'll take a quick peek. Yeah, this Aerial Aegis. Yeah, you're still going to get blasted. And then chances are, like, especially if he goes first, and I know you can speed tune this, but if he goes first, intercept, whatever, the enemy goes, he takes a ton of damage, his turn comes back around, he loses the Immortal. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. Later in the game, when he's already low HP, great, but then it's going to trigger a couple times. Does he have any kind of... No, okay. Okay, now that gives him some survivability. Read the entire thing, Rage. Remove all debuffs from all allies, okay. And attack all enemies. Also increase the defense of all allies by 10%. Increase duration of intercept on all allies. Okay, so that's how you constantly keep intercept up. Also resets the cooldown of Aerial Aegis. Okay, so you're going to give yourself Immortal more often. When damaged by intercept, heal the attacked ally and place barrier on them. See, this is the problem. No idea, to be honest. I'm listening and reading a book, so I didn't know if I'd missed him. Okay, well, I have just skipped him, but I'll go back to him quickly, Frank. Yeah, because this isn't healing himself. This is healing the person who got attacked. If they get attacked with intercept, they're not actually taking any damage, so they'll just get the barrier. Okay, then they'll... Yeah. Something doesn't quite feel right about this. I feel like he's just going to get nuked very quickly and then not actually be around to do anything. Defense in all battles is nice. Yeah, I don't know what his last kit was, but I feel like his last kit would have been better. Because he clearly had shield in his kit with the last imprint. So he needs some sort of self-sustain for himself to be able to stay in the fight. That's what I imagine. Yeah. Not sure on that. Let's take a quick look at SWK. That's still the same. Drawing attack, increase of... That's still the same. All enemies. Each hit. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't think we've seen the awakenings before. Each hit has a 50% chance to mirror one random buff from the target. Okay. So your second hit's going to do more damage. It says for each buff on the hero, and you attack 2 times. So you attack once, you'll mirror a buff, potentially. So then your second hit's going to do a bit more damage. Oh, didn't he place attack up on himself? Hold on, where's my Discord hero card? I think he's lost attack up on himself. Sun Wukong. Yeah. Okay. So the basic hasn't changed. The core has. His core used to say, and I've got the hero card on my Discord, place attack up on this hero for 2 turns, then attack all enemies. For each buff, increase the damage inflicted by 10%. So we still got that, but lost the attack up. That's a little bit of a nerf, I think. Because if they don't have any buffs, you're getting nothing. Interesting. Then attack 8 times at random. That hasn't changed. 35% chance to heal. Hero by 8% of damage inflicted. Yep, and decrease turn by 8%. Yep, okay. If the target is hit more than 5 times, additional hits are reduced by. Okay, so the ultimate hasn't changed. If a clone strikes the same target more than once, inflict additional damage to all other enemies. Ooh, so that's going to give you a bit of AoE. If there are no other enemies, there's a 30% chance to inflict the damage to the initial target instead. Cool, that's pretty strong. Listening to this, Frank, he's been nerfed up here, losing the attack down. The Awakening 5. Oh, that's a tough one, because you want to put his imprint on everyone else, but Awaken 5 is giving him so much more damage. Place Mortal on this hero for 1 turn. That's changed. Yeah, that used to say 2 turns, so I mean, overall, Wukong's been nerfed. Also has a 50% chance to join an ally attack, and then he will always join attack with its Tian. So you still want to pair him with Tian allies, like she. But yeah, he got nerfed. It was probably needed, truth be told. That Immortal for 2 turns is quite strong. I don't know. I think losing the attack down is. Sorry, attack up maybe isn't warranted. Interesting. Everything else is the same, but yeah, okay, so he's just received a couple of nerfs. He was probably too strong. Like they've probably done it for a reason. Oh yeah. Defender Strength. And this ability is under review. This ability is under review, but we can still see placing Taunt and Protect. That feels like a bit of a nombo. If they've taunted you, then you're not getting value from the protection. Defense up, attack down. Yeah, potentially feels good. This confuses me though. Zhao Chan. Nothing Disruptor. Hey, nothing to see. Luo Shen. Oh, she's got the Fan Axe. That's a healing weapon. She must be. Yeah, she's must be an Invoker Eternal. And okay, yeah, we can't see that. Which places men, maybe. Okay, Nezza. We saw Nezza in a Simon stream. Pretty sure. Yeah. Attack one enemy 3 times, placing Aetherburn. Attack up on this hero, then attack all enemies. If this hero's can't place Phoenix on him. Phoenix duration will not reduce per turn. Ooh, that's a strong Awaken 5. So you have to kill him. Yeah, Frank, that was a sneaky nerf. But he has received one. So you have to kill him to lose the Phoenix. That's interesting. Attack 4 times at random. Each hit increases the turn rate of this hero by 5%. If it is under 100%, ignore 5%. Okay, yeah, it's nice. Sacrifice. Yeah, I remember this part. Increase the damage of the next attack by 60% instead. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he's okay. That unremovable Phoenix, unless you kill him, it's pretty strong. Sun Tzu, I really want to see what he does. And we can't. Shiwang Mu? Queen Mother? We can't see that either. Chunga. What's Chunga doing? Cunning Invoker. We don't know. Jiao Chan? Don't know, but okay. Some supportive abilities there, potentially. Guan Yu, no, Lubu. We know he's passive. Okay, Lubu. Attack one enemy. Place a barrier, 2% of his HP on this hero. Is he a brawler? He is a brawler, okay. I mean, it's going to be a small barrier, but a barrier nonetheless. Attack one enemy. This hero's barrier, please. Don't like that. So you're going to have to open with that and then come back round to that. Single target. Okay. All enemies place blunt for 2 turns of heroes under barrier. The attack's always strong. And I just don't like blunt as a... When this hero has a barrier, inflict 20% damage, reduce damage received. Yeah, I mean, should have a little bit of staying power. I'm not particularly hyped on Lubu. Machow. Slayer Eternal Chaos. Don't know. And then get the best doggo. He lost his Tian ally thing. No. Basic hasn't changed. Attack one enemy, placing protect on all allies. That's changed though. The protect was on his ultimate before, I'm pretty sure. To my secret HH website. Sheet. Yeah, so this has changed. This used to place defense up on himself. And it said defender allies will join in. And at Awakening 1, Tian would also join too. So he's been... Yeah, go bye-bye, yeah. So it's a bit of a buff that he's got the protect there instead of the defense up providing protection. Defenders joining is still fun, but yeah, losing the Tian ally thing kind of hurts. So which means this has changed. His ultimate used to place protect and then a shield on all allies. Now, still placing the shield on all allies, but rather than the protect, reduce the hero's core cooldown by 1 turn. Okay. And place taunt on enemy slayers. Alright, I mean... Getting the taunt's nice. Then you don't need the protection, and you would rather have the defense up then. Heal an ally when an enemy places a debuff. I don't think that's changed. Yeah, it used to say 60% chance. Now they just do it, which is nice. It's 50% defense on this hero, and okay, so there's the defense increase. I really wish they'd announce these nerfs so players have a choice to change hero. I mean, they are announcing them right as best as they can, Frank. Like, I see what I mean. Like, I don't know. I start to think where the Quetz change, for example, is probably I'd like to think happened like as the website went live, or like not long before. So there was no need to make a Tuesday video. We could see it there. Like at least I'm putting that faith in them. But yeah, it's a case of if this hadn't gone out, that'd be kind of scummy. But players have had, I think, maybe enough time to pivot. Ideally, would I like a week more personally? Of course I would. But at least we do know. Some other companies just flat out wouldn't even tell you. So, yeah. Anyway, last one. And then I think in my own time, I'm going to go over the ones that were already known, maybe rather than stream on Sunday. Or I'll go over them first, see what's changed. If I feel like it's worth talking about, then I'll do it. If not, just keep an eye out for my video next week where I'm going to say pick a top rare and epic to look out for. Chernobog we kind of already half seen as well in a Simon stream. Let's look at Belobog first. Eternal Invoker. When an ally receives a debuff, decreases duration by 1 turn. Ooh, this is the opposite to the Morrigan. Interesting. Manifestation of good fortune. Belobog holds even less interest in the affairs of other gods than most of Virad's path. Focuses on mortals, and if possible, he would grant his gifts to all. Alas, he lacked the power to bless most of them, even before the shattering. He responds to what prayers he can, and he struggles toward a happier world. Oh, poor Belobog. What have we got here? Attack 1 enemy. Place attack up 2 on all allies for 1 turn. Okay, so that just gives me like Athena vibes. Athena does the same thing, but with defense up. Now, we've seen someone else as well today that does something. Yeah, okay, fine. Core, place block debuffs and stalwart on all allies for 2 turns, then attack all enemies. Okay, so block. Also decrease the cooldown of all allied core abilities by 1 turn. Interesting. If Chernobog is on the team, he joins the attack using his core ability. That's strong. That is strong. No cleanse. So if you're under corrupt already, sorry. So that limits it. I think that the power is in the core ability reduction. Awaken 3, refresh the cooldown of all allied core abilities instead. Wow, that's very strong. There's no way that works on him, though. Like if we think to Prince Kaimar in Raid, Prince Kaimar cannot physically affect Prince Kaimar. Otherwise, you could just, you'd break it. Like, there's no way he's included. Hey, Jay. But resetting everyone else's but him, still very good. And Chernobog joining is also very nice. But yeah, the block debuff and store, it's good. But having no cleanse, you're vulnerable to corruption, I suppose. Still, like, it's not weak, still strong. But yeah, there is no way in hell that the team would allow this to reset his own. Equilibrium of power. Increase the rank of all buffs on all allies one turn. Wow, okay. And then decrease the rank of all debuff on all allies. Oh, wow. Also, equalize the turn meter of all allies to the enemy of the highest turn meter. Yeah, not bad, JE. You alright, man? Okay. I mean, the second part of that could be quite bad. Equalizing the turn meter, the music's gone off again, isn't it? It's been gone off for a while, I bet. Lol. So bad at this. Anyway. Yeah. Increase the rank of all buffs. So, again, this is going to be... Who was it we saw earlier? Odin? Pretty sure Odin had debuff rank increase. This is the second one? I'm going to have to double check. Yeah, Odin had a 75% chance. You imagine that would book to 100. Where's Belobog at? Belobog doesn't have a chance, he just does it. No, JE. No, so we're on the last Pantheon moment. I was going to go through everything. And then after the Aru took an hour, I decided I was only going to do the new stuff. So we've just got a couple more now. In my private time, I'm going to look at some of the changes to other heroes made. If I feel like it's worth doing a stream on Sunday, I'll do it. If not, I'm just going to do a video just talking about the top rare and epic I think to look out for. And then, yeah, this will be it. So this stream will be going on for, what, coming up for 4 hours now. And that's the length. So half of Sage. I'm not doing a video. This is just going to be the stream. But yeah, so this part is just strictly better than Odin. I mean, if Odin books to 100% chance, fine. But I imagine you don't need books for this, so we'll see. Increase the rank of all buffs. Wow, so you're going to get attack up 3, defense up 3. That's very strong. The bit I hate is this bit. I mean, I should probably then gain an extra turn if Chernobog is on the team. Increase the turn meter by 100%. Wow. Yeah, this part I don't like because it's a very small chance. Don't get me wrong. But if you're playing on auto, and this is the gripe I've seen people have with Anu, if you're on auto, you lose your damage reduction. This could quite easily reduce all of your allies' turn meter. By how much, who knows? There's a chance you could reduce it. But maybe that's how they're balancing it out, right? Because the top part is so strong. In fact, he gains an extra turn 5, but he doesn't have any turn meter boost. The only person that really is going to benefit is Chernobog. Yeah. Top part strong. You could essentially, though, be helping your allies skip their turn, which feels bad. And he's got no way to push them back. Interesting. Now it receives a debuff to decrease its duration by 1 turn. Oh, so the imprint is exactly the same as that. Wow, that's strong. And ally receives a buff, increase duration by 1 turn. Oh, crikey. So this is actually attack up for 2 turns. Block, debuff, and stalwart on all allies for 3 turns. Again, like we said earlier with Marduk, the block debuff isn't hard to deal with because the duration. Let's just double check with the community resources, but I'm pretty sure the duration reduces, right? Block debuffs. It blocks the next incoming debuff placed on this hero. Duration is reduced when activated, yeah. So, I mean, Morrigan Le Fay, 1 core, and you've lost your block debuff. Or, again, like Marduk, as I said earlier, no one's placing multiple control effects, so you're not going to be able to control him, but you could get rid of the block debuffs. Again, if you've got Corrupt on him, it doesn't even matter, because you're not getting that at all. Who places AoE Corrupt? Anubis. Anubis is laughing. AoE Corrupt? Buff what? I'm making him sound bad. He is not a bad unit. A lot of his kit power is baked into this, I feel. This top sentence here and the core reduction. Having Chernobog join. Very strong kit. Lots of counterplay though. Whereas I think Marduk is a lot harder to counterplay. Out of everything we've seen so far, Marduk is definitely, I think, the biggest offender. Or the one that I could see changing the most. This guy, maybe he loses this debuff stuff, like the increased rank. But this is very good. Tell me you could hurt yourself with. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot I like about him. Not having a cleanse and potentially shooting yourself in the foot, I'm not a fan of. All battle speed's very nice though too. Interesting character. Chernobog. So pretty sure we've seen part of his kit in a Hell Hades live stream. Let's see what his core was. So places retaliate on himself. Belobog's on the team. The buff cannot be removed or reduced. Also, the enemy is defeated. Increase the Seeress divinity by 100%. Wow. So Belobog's going to allow him to use that. And then he plays Phoenix on this hero for 1 turn, which does not reduce on turn, so you have to kill him. So you have to hit him. I mean, he doesn't reduce on turn. Doesn't say it can't be removed. Oh no. The retaliate can't be removed. Can it? Buff cannot be removed. Does that apply to both or just the retaliate? But again, him and Shadowball got no cleanse, so corruption. Yeah, there's some counterplay there. Anyway, let's look at the basic. There's Terrify. I forget what Terrify does. If this hero joins an attack, retaliates, attacks all enemies, attacks, ignore, intercept, and charm. They seem like quite strange things to ignore, but I get it. Ignoring intercept, so he says F you to Heimdall. Charm. What's Terrify do? Michael, get ready for the craziness. Oh, okay. Let's see. Remind ourselves what Terrify does. Increases divinity cost by 50%. Okay. Ooh, okay. Terrify could be very good. In PvE encounters, the boss is about to ult, and you put Terrify on them, then they don't. I mean, same with PvP, I suppose. I guess what happens, when does Terrify drop off? If Terrify drops off, then all of a sudden they're at full, I guess. And that also means, it poses the question, you must be able to stack above whatever your divinity is. Because if you place Terrify, let's say it's 1,000, they go up to 1,400, then the Terrify drops off. Do they lose 400? Does it stay there? How does that work? Do they ult and then start with 400 on the next? Lots to think about there. But yeah. Also, I want to know whether it's just the retaliate that can't be removed or the Phoenix. It's a bit ambiguous. But again, corrupt just stops that, I suppose. Anyway. I got one enemy 3 times. The target's max HP is greater than 0. Each hit will inflict 5% of target's max HP. Ooh, boss killer as well. Love that. If target's max HP is lower than this hero, each hit will always strong hit. Wow. Although to be fair, he's a slayer. So it's very rare people are going to have less HP than you. So you're less likely to see the strong hit unless you build him with some HP to get the strong hits off. Occasionally. I don't think you do. I think, yeah, like PvE monster, and he's going to gain 100% term here with Belobog. Nice. Place banish on enemies defeated by this ability for 2 turns. Yeah, fine. It was nice. Imposing presence. After this hero joins an attack, gains an extra turn. Or retaliates. What does he gain an extra turn? Does joining the core on Belobog count as an extra turn? Let's see. When attack, yeah, fine. If he joins an attack, it becomes AoE. Retaliate, fine. I get that. Gaining an extra turn. Because Belobog increases his divinity. Must be if he uses his core, but no, that's joining attack. Oh, I don't know. That's confusing. We'll ignore the extra turn part. This hero's next ability will ignore 15% of the target's defense. And ignore shield, barrier, immortal ward, and defense up. Yeah. I can't remember whether we saw this in Simon's stream, but It does say next ability though, so if you retaliate, you probably don't ignore the defense and that on the retaliated attack. It'll be your next one, I imagine. Which is still good. He doesn't have any AoE, but that's fine. Because then you could just like absolutely nail a Heimdall or something. Okay. An Awakening 5. After 5 enemy turns, if this hero is defeated, revive it with 100% HP and turn meter. Wow. 5 enemy turns if he's dead. It'd be hard to kill him though with a Phoenix. I love that imposing presence, like the darkness is coming back again. That feels cool. If Belobog is on the team, remove Banish and block Revive before reviving. Ooh. Interesting. Don't know how I feel about it. Banish I get because it's a debuff. Block Revive probably doesn't stay on you when you're dead. I feel like that's like an instant effect rather than debuff. Maybe that feels a bit pushed. Removing Banish is fine. Block Revive. I mean, thematically, I love it. Super, super cool unit. Interesting. Very strong pairing. Easily the strongest pairing in Godforge. Easily. I mean, who else we've got? Horus and Isis. Can't think of any other pairings. Tristan and Isolde. Yeah. Very strong. You gain stability when attacking an enemy. Crit damage. Very, very strong unit as well. Yeah. I mean, for me, I just feel like... I mean, he's largely a single target damage dealer. I say largely. He can retaliate. I feel like this part of the sentence should go. Personally. Who else have we got up here? Divana. Eternal Disruptor. She's lost her picture. Attack all enemies with a 35% chance to decrease the target turn meter each time. Nice, like that. Probably goes up to a 50% chance. AoE feels good. Attack all enemies 2 times, placing attack down and speed down. Yeah, like that. Like the synergy there as well. Going slower, going to keep knocking them back. It's going to be nice in waves. Attack one enemy to place Lock Core. Also place Sleep on all other enemies for 1 turn. Okay. 1500. Divinity when placing a debuff. Okay. That's very interesting. Lock Core and then Sleep on everyone else at Awaken 5. I really like this unit. It feels cool. I like that. Essentially just making someone use their basic. Okay, yeah. The enemy increases turn meter. This hero will counterattack with a basic. Yeah, that's really good. Imagine a Quetz boosting by 20%, you knock them back by 35. Yeah. That feels very strong. Awaken 3 counterattacks if enemy reduces this hero's turn meter. I mean, how common that's going to be, I don't know. But, you know, the fact it's there, it's nice, I suppose. Yeah, she's a cool epic. I like that. Does she have an aura? Accuracy, very nice. Gain 7 speed. 103, maybe a bit slow, but... yeah, a cool epic, like that. The Koshche. But Disruptor Cunning. You know, when we saw this guy, for the life of me, when we first saw his art, I would not have said he was going to be a disruptor. Like, would have instantly thought Slayer. Here we are. Already called Deathless for the spells that prolong his life, the Sorcerer Koshche seeks not only great power, but true immortality. is engaged in a conspiracy with Morgan Le Fay of Avalon. Ooh. If successful, they would reshape the flow of Aether itself to their liking. Never mind that it would cost the lives of not merely innocent mortals, but any number of gods. Some really cool lore stuff here. Attack one enemy, chance to steal divinity. Yeah, sure. Odin's got the same thing. Okay, bye. Attack all enemies. Place resistance down and initiative down. Okay, yeah. Fits in with the theme. Attack one enemy. Equalize the HP of all allies equal to the HP of the enemy before attacking. The target's HP falls below 50%, also reduce their divinity. What happens if everyone is already almost dead? You're just reducing your HP. You're literally telling all allies, get on your deathbed. I don't know if I like that. Awaken 5. Target's already under resistance down, initiative down. Increase their core ability. Replace lock ultimate. I mean, the Awaken 5 is strong. I don't know why we've got the equalize there. And maybe it fits in with his lore of being deathless and... Yeah. Don't know if I like that. Enemies under resistance down 2 and inflict 20% less damage when attacking this hero. I mean, that's nice. But yeah, there's going to come a point where everyone is going to be... And again, if you're playing on manual, you just don't use it. But if it's on auto... Because I bet he targets to someone who's closest to death. Gain 100 divinity when this hero falls below 51 HP. That only triggers once? It triggers once and that's it. Because there's no healing. I mean, you would need... Obviously, you'd maybe bring in someone with a heal. Not everyone can be self-sufficient, I suppose, but... confused. I think that some of the Eternal Legendaries are overtuned, especially the Awakening bonuses. They need to bring the power level down a bit. Morrigan, Belobog come to mind. Honestly? I mean... Just pulled hell. Nice, Frank. I don't think Morrigan, necessarily. Like, Morrigan feels like a PvE monster. I mean, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to some of those epics. Like, she does do, like, everything. Like, but outside of... Yeah, I mean, she's got some... I think it's only an issue if it becomes a PvP issue with some of these heroes, right? If it's PvE content, personally, and again, this might be a take people hate, I don't necessarily think it's the end of the world for people to have strong PvE units. So what, you got the high score, you clear something the fastest, you're top of the leaderboards, whatever. I mean, later on when tournaments and such come in, that'll be a thing, but like helping someone clear PvE content, I don't think's a problem. Because what's going to happen further down the line is you nerf too many things. Everyone's going to be bland and linear. Things will be hard, and then people will be wondering why there's no strong unit. I do think you need strong units. Honestly, the only one that I think is an issue is Marduk. She is very strong. Dark Tidings reducing damage. She's got the attack down as well. Defense down, buff strip. You know, all of that is strong. It's like there's no cleanse or anything. Like, yeah, block debuffs, obviously, that will help prevent block debuffs. Like, Morrigan is very strong, but I don't think she's... If I was looking at all three in a vacuum, Marduk, Belobog, and this lady, I think Marduk is the one that I would say probably needs to be changed the most. I'm saying I think they're only really an issue when it comes to PvP. Michael, answer me this. And this is something I asked earlier, and I don't think anyone really responded. Is it an issue if everyone has one? Or do we think a lot of the problem lies in the fact that some high spenders will have some of these units and low spenders won't? Is that the fear more than anything? You're seeing 5 stacks of Dark Tidings. Yeah, that is very strong, and you're getting the speed and initiative down and the damage reduction. Like, that is very good. I will say that. Then it comes a speed race, I suppose, right? Then it's always going to be a speed race. Like, if I go first and I control them, it doesn't matter. And just because there is counterplay, does that make it right? I'm not saying it does or it doesn't. But yeah. Marduk, for me, is probably the only one I think that is maybe a bit silly. Where are we? Belobog, what was his Awakening 5 again? Yeah, this I don't think is an issue. Personally. Or at least like that part of the kit. Because again, on auto, there's going to be the possibility where you're reducing everyone's turn meter. Yeah. From that point of view, I do agree, Michael. But then, let's compare it to Raid, right? Hey, Moon Knight, let's compare it to Raid. Arbiter, you see her everywhere. You see Arbiter everywhere. That's what I'm saying, like, if everyone had one, is it necessarily a problem? I don't know. Yeah, this guy's got no cleanse, corruption, and I say if you reduce everyone's turn meter, like your own allies, he gains an extra turn. He's got no way of pushing it back up. Fenrir gets 100% turn meter. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not, like, this guy is strong. I'm not going to pretend that he's not strong, but I don't think this guy's as much of an issue. I mean, I think for me, in order, maybe I would go Marduk first. That's probably the one that I expect to see tweaked. Then Morrigan, then maybe this guy. Because this guy needs the pairing as well. Now, big spenders are going to do all they can to get the pairing, and there's no stopping that. But yeah, that's just my thoughts. I don't think there's necessarily an issue with having units that are good in a lot of places. Absolutely, Mike. You need allies to perform. So do we think that Morrigan on her own doesn't need allies to perform? She's definitely not, and I'm not saying this is maybe an extreme example, she's not soloing any content. Belobog needs allies to perform, specifically Chernobog. You know? For me, it's like the only one that I would argue, you know, doesn't need allies to perform is this guy. Mainly because of the joint attack. And the buff spread, and, like, anyone with a single target buff, like, it doesn't matter. Like, say this guy would be the only one. But, at the same time, as I said earlier to someone else, spenders are going to spend, and you need to give them a reason to spend, so all of us who are less spendy still play. And I like what Rabbit said, in that I know I'm not going to be up there with everyone else, so perhaps, you know, I'm not as worried. Like, I'm just accepting that I'm not going to be on the same playing field. I think a lot of it comes down to people saying this guy's got something that I don't. But out of all of them, I think that's the only one that I would say I expect to see changed. And Ewan, yeah, the vampire, Amazots feels very oppressive as well. The amount of turn meter and everything that he's stealing, like, you're never getting a turn with him either. Like, so maybe it's maybe it's less of particular units, maybe just the Eternals in general, or maybe just a smidge too strong, perhaps. Happy weekend to you as well, Moon Knight. But yeah, Arbiter is needed in most places. Oh no, Michael. Like, sorry, and like, this is not a criticism against you. This is not me saying I don't appreciate your thoughts. Like, I admit I'm not right in everything. In fact, I'm wrong most of the time in a lot of stuff, if I'm being honest. I enjoy bouncing ideas off of people. I really do. So, like, this is good. I enjoy this kind of conversation. Just because you spend doesn't guarantee you better luck. I saw a FRP and raid and watch repeat all content with epics. Exactly. So the only issue is when it comes in PvP. Well, in my mind, personally, I've never really been that into PvP. So, you know, let me have my fun stuff to do my PvE content. That's the way I see it. Marduk, yeah. I mean, Camazotz, again, as Ewan said, you could throw in there as well. What other Eternal Legendaries at Talal? I mean, he does. Conversation out there. This guy's doing all of the AoE damage. Like, all of it. Tianlong, I don't think is that great. I think... Yeah, I mean, let's look at the Eternals, right? These two are both very strong. He left me a little to be desired. Amazots is very strong. This guy's built for Fafnir. I'm going to spend what I feel I can afford on PvP. Yeah, no, it's fair enough, Moon Knight. This guy feels built for Fafnir. This guy is just a wave-clearing monster. And even in PvE, he could be an issue. He's placing Immortal on himself, Hex, and the amount of splash damage he's doing is bonkers. Aphrodite, I think, is meh. Zeus, he's changed, could still be an issue. Amaterasu's super strong. Very slow. Feels so slow. You've been live this whole time. I thought I missed it. No, Adam, nope, still going. 4 hours. Just about sort of come to the end, really. Rather than reviewing every hero, I only talked about like the new ones because it was going on for a long time. It took us like an hour to get through Aru, where I looked at everyone, and at which point I decided I was only going to do the new ones, and that was still enough time for 4 hours. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, Oda, I think he's okay. This guy's a little bit bonkers. I think I really like it. I think he's very strong. He's very strong as a support. So, like he's only PvE content, really. So I don't hate that. Morrigan's very strong. Fisher King's very strong. Like, just having a list that's not removable. What do you think about Fisher King, Michael? Like, because again, he could just go anywhere. He could be in any team, very strong, Awaken 5. Spenders are going to spend, and that's a good thing. Exactly, real deal. I will also spend, but I know I'm not going to keep up. And from a business perspective, it sucks to say you need to give the whales strong stuff to chase. I'm not saying I enjoy saying that, but it's the truth. Horus, does he still just place... Yeah. PvE, there's no countering this. Apart from maybe gear sets, Horus just plays Taunt at the start of the turn. This used to only say Slayers. This is something we looked at earlier. Slayers, Invokers, and whoever it was. Slayers, Invokers, Disruptors. Now it's everyone. And say there's no countering that. I mean, even Heimdall, Awaken 5, places shield. You can get rid of the shields. Still control. Yeah. So, there's definitely a lot of strong Eternals out there. Like, in my mind, I think the worst culprit is this guy. But in that regard, I don't want him changed because, again, you need the spenders to spend, unfortunately, and then I'll just accept that I'm not top. Let's catch up. Spenders are going to spend, that's a good thing, yeah. We didn't look at his sold, actually. We'll look at his sold. He's Avalon, so don't get him nerfed. But you say he's Avalon, so don't get him nerfed. Like, this is it, right? Like, you can't say some units are strong and others aren't because... Real deal. In my opinion, as long as the free-to-play can grind out the same stuff, shiny things aren't locked behind a paywall. That's what makes it fair. That's it, real deal. Like, if you play this game for 20 years, you'd like to think eventually you'll get everything. Obviously, they continuously add stuff, so that's never really going to happen, right? But the possibility is there that eventually you could get everything. So I woke up, saw he posted his live stream 30 minutes after I went to sleep and assumed I missed it. Oh no, Adam was still here. See you later, Krasinski. Yeah, can't be removed. I know this is it, Krasinski, right? Immortal stacks, the way I read can't be removed, is the way Immortal works is when you take damage, obviously, when it prevents death, you lose a stack, right? Does this mean it can't be removed that way too? Does this mean you have to let the Immortal run its course for 2 turns? These are all the interpretations that we just... we won't know until we get into game, unfortunately. So yeah, I mean, this is maybe we summarize. Long story short, but it seems like apart from maybe 1 or 2, all of the Eternal legendaries are very strong. Fisher King plus King Arthur plus Viviane is the dream. Yeah, but like that is the dream, Michael. He is the dream. There we go. They super nerfed my Quetz. Super sad. Yeah, we've spoken a little bit about Quetz this evening. Like, him losing the sharpen is the thing that hurts the most. And the only reason I think it's a super nerf is because his divinity generator is when they strong hit. So I think one of 2 things needs to happen. They need to change this to gain divinity when an ally is healed, or when he heals an ally. So then he'll gain, I mean, even if it's not 50, no, sorry, even if it's not 80, he'll get like 400 on a basic. Even if this was half, he'll get 200 on a basic. That's absolutely fine. Or he needs to get the sharp back. Losing the attack up is fine. Like, losing that is fine. What it should be is these 2. If this stays the same down here, or this needs to change to like heal or placing a buff, something like that. But he's not trash. Like, don't forget that. Like, we're acting like he's absolute garbage now. He's not. His kit just doesn't synergize anymore. That's the big issue. It is a big ass mic, but we'll get there eventually, right, with the Echo Summons. The biggest issue is the synergy is now gone. He's not trash by any means, still got speed lead, still got lots of turn me to push, but he's lost the synergy. That needs to change or bring the sharpen back. One of those 2. If that happens, I still think he's a solid unit in my mind. That's just me. And again, I'm happy to, if people wish to disagree with me and all that jazz, that's my thoughts. Anyway, it is midnight for me, so I am going to call it there. So, as I say, I will look through the others in my own time, the ones that we knew about, see what's changed. If I feel anything's noteworthy to stream again on Sunday, I'll do that. If not, my plan on Sunday is to make a video where potentially we talk about a top epic and a top rare from each faction that we like. And go from there. In fact, I might even ask a particular CC whether they want to do that with me. Because we weren't able to do a stream the other day. If they're still here. Maybe. Anyway, but yeah, thank you all guys for hanging out and staying with me. A little bit of a quieter one today. Last couple we've had 70, 80. We've stuck around 20 to 30, so I appreciate you guys hanging out today. That's what I have to say. But yeah, take care, look after yourselves, work hard, but as always, played harder, and I will see you in another one soon. See you there, guys.